Chapter 799. The 2015 Elimination of Pornography and Illegal Publications campaign is in progress, and the UN group will actively cooperate with the relevant departments to submit information. Authors, please be vigilant when writing, do not violate the rules. Suyu's heart sank. At the critical moment, a green light flashed on his body, and a green spiritual ruler appeared. Bang! The six-directional ruler predicted the attack and blocked it in advance. However, the power was too great, and the six-directional ruler was unable to disperse it completely. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu twisted his body in the air, activated his vital energy, and punched with both fists. A power comparable to 6.5 elephants whizzed out from his fists like a tornado, hitting the remaining energy. Chirp! The two energies clashed violently in the air, causing an ear-piercing sound to be heard. Thud, thud. Suyu groaned and took 2 steps back, a trace of blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. When he looked down, he saw that his fists were bleeding from the friction, and blood was slowly seeping through them. Hey! You can actually block it. A sinister voice floated from behind him. Suyu turned around and squinted his eyes. A fair-skinned youth with sinister eyes was standing behind him with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the calm Suyu in astonishment. Such a young divine master. Only inner sanctum disciples. What made his gaze turn cold was that, as an inner sanctum disciple, he had actually disregarded his status and launched a sneak attack. If the six-directional ruler hadn't appeared and absorbed most of the power in time, Suyu would have been seriously injured. Of course, the youth didn't use his full strength, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to neutralize the Divine Master's attack so easily. I wanted to teach you a lesson so that you would remember me, but it seems like you are quite capable. In that case, I can only do it again. The sinister youth didn't care about his status as an inner sanctum disciple at all, and spoke casually. When he finished speaking, his figure blurred, and he was as fast as lightning. The crowd gasped in surprise, seeing that Suyu was about to be whipped to the ground. Suyu's gaze turned cold, and a cold silk thread was faintly discernible in his sleeve. Even a divine master's body couldn't withstand the cutting of the chaos butterfly's silk thread. Since the youth had offered to cut off his palm, Suyu naturally didn't mind helping him. Just as he was secretly manipulating the silk thread, a hunchbacked figure teleported and appeared in front of Suyu and the sinister youth first. The white-haired old man gently pointed his crutch forward, and the young man with a sinister expression who was charging at him like a lightning bolt was struck by a thunderbolt, and he retreated madly. The sinister-looking young man was forced to take 7 or 8 steps back. Then, he barely managed to stabilize his body. His fair face was slightly pale. He let out a muffled groan, and a trace of blood spilled out of his mouth. Abruptly raising his head, the sinister-looking young man's complexion changed slightly. His expression became somewhat gloomy. Palace Master Hua, what do you mean? The person who appeared in time was none other than one of the 2 junior Palace Masters of the outer sect, Palace Master Hua. A faint smile appeared on the old face. If you can use this method to make a new outer sect disciple remember you, then this old man can naturally use the same method to make an inner sect disciple who doesn't care about status remember the outer sect's young palace master. He could rely on his cultivation to bully others, but so could the young palace mistress. The sinister-looking youth had a gloomy expression. He was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. The gap between the 2 sides was obvious from the exchange just now. He didn't dare to resent the young palace master, so he could only vent his resentment on Suyu. He shot him a cold glare as he said, "Lad, do you really think that you deserve to win Wuxin's heart? Who do you think you are?" Suyu shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "I am a nobody, and I really don't have any status. Naturally, I can't be compared to someone like you, who launched a sneak attack confidently." Hearing this, many outer sanctum disciples naturally stood from the perspective of an outer sanctum disciple. An inner sanctum disciple with the cultivation of Divine Master had launched a sneak attack just to show off his strength. This was really disgusting. Not only did this move not make people respect his overbearingness, but it also made them hate his character. You have a sharp tongue. If Palace Master Hua hadn't protected you, I would have ripped off your tongue, the sinister-looking youth said coldly, looking at Palace Master Hua with respect. Su Yu didn't refute this, but kept the silk in his sleeves quietly. Palace Master Hua glanced at Su Yu's sleeves from the corner of his eyes, which flickered slightly. He chuckled and said, "Did you really think that I was protecting Su Yu? Young man, you should be cautious in everything you do. Be careful not to fail miserably." Hearing this, many Outer Sanctum disciples raised their eyebrows. They were extremely shocked. Judging from Palace Master Hua's words, could it be that he wasn't protecting Su Yu, but the sinister-looking youth? Su Yu shuddered slightly, while he looked at Palace Master Hua's back. It seemed like his small action in his sleeves didn't escape the young Palace Master's eyes. If Su Yu had seriously injured or even killed this Inner Sanctum disciple, he would have committed a grave mistake, and if the Inner Sanctum investigated this matter, even if he didn't die, he would still be severely injured. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, Palace Master Hua had appeared in time to stop Su Yu. The sinister-looking youth's pupils contracted slightly. He couldn't believe that a puny fairy could cause such a fatal injury to him. The sinister-looking youth stared at Su Yu and shook his head coldly. Palace Master Hua didn't just protect his safety, but also his dignity. "Fine, it seems like it will be difficult for me to leave a deep impression on this junior brother today. But there will be ample time for that. Su Yu, the next time we meet, it won't be so easy." After he finished speaking, the sinister-looking youth flicked his sleeves and left. Su Yu stared at his departing figure, while coldness flickered in the depths of his eyes. He didn't mind that the other party had come for Bing Wuxin. After all, if he really liked Bing Wuxin, Su Yu could have calmly told him the whole story. However, the other party's way of dealing with it was so extreme that Su Yu was disgusted by it. Next time, it really wouldn't be so easy. "Palace Master Hua, many thanks for your help," Su Yu said to the Palace Master Hua. Although his words were filled with gratitude, his tone was slightly resentful. A moment ago, he had wanted to vent his anger, but he had detected it and stopped him in advance. The Palace Master Hua chuckled and said, "Lad, you can't blame me. If you had really injured Laro Ari, and the Inner Sanctum's people investigated this matter, even us Palace Masters wouldn't be able to protect you. So, before you enter the Inner Sanctum, you must avoid excessive conflicts with the Inner Sanctum." After he finished speaking, the Palace Master Hua raised his head and looked at Bing Wuxin and the fiery minister, who were fighting fiercely. He then chuckled bitterly and said, "You two little ancestors, you must take it easy. Don't destroy the Outer Sanctum." However, what was strange was that, even though he was the young Palace Master, he didn't dare to stop them. Instead, he pretended that he hadn't seen them and disappeared quietly. The two women seemed to have detected Laro Ari's attack, so they gradually stopped fighting and flew back to Su Yu's side. "Lad, did that guy injure you?" The fiery minister stepped forward and asked with concern. After ascertaining that Su Yu had only suffered light injuries, he heaved a sigh of relief. He then turned around and looked at Bing Wuxin with a displeased look on his face. "Your friend is really promising. He even dared to launch a sneak attack." Bing Wuxin put away her long sword calmly. "He's not my friend. But, since he dared to attack Su Yu, he should be punished." Bing Wuxin's brows flickered with a murderous aura, and she suddenly shot in the direction where Laro Ari had left. She strode forward, intending to chase after him and kill him. This woman was resolute and decisive, and she would do as she said. However, it was unknown whether she was really angry because of the sneak attack, or just pretending to care about her lover, Su Yu. All of a sudden, Gongsun Wuxie poked her head out of the crowd and said with a smile, "Hehe, there's no need for that." Bing Wuxin furrowed her brows. "Why?" Gongsun Wuxie was fiddling with a small white gourd, which was filled with multicolored powder. "I poisoned the wine he drank in the Yu Tian Tower, and it should have taken effect by now." Gongsun Wuxie's purple eyes curved into a pair of beautiful crescent moons. Bing Wuxin was startled. "What poison? Did you poison him to death?" Gongsun Wuxie smiled sweetly. "I'm so cute, so why would I use such a vicious poison? I just made him have diarrhea for 3 months, and he can't leave the outhouse. This is a special medicine that Brother Shanliang made for me. After swallowing it, he'll have diarrhea continuously, and he'll have diarrhea from whatever he eats. Even a breath of air will cause him to have diarrhea." For 3 months, he won't be able to leave the outhouse. Oh, I forgot to mention that this is a newly developed medicine, and there's no antidote for it. In Su Yu's eyes, as well as those of many outer sanctum disciples, that sweet smile was the little devil's signature smile. Swish. The outer sanctum disciples who were watching the scene scattered like birds and beasts in an instant. The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched, and he kept a distance from Gongsun Wuxie. This little girl was always thinking about making people suffer. She had just met Laro Ari, and she was already determined to make him have diarrhea for 3 months. For some reason, Su Yu faintly felt that Gongsun Wuxie was looking at him faintly when she mentioned the dreadful medicine for diarrhea. This made Su Yu's blood run cold, and he became more alert. He swore in his heart that he definitely couldn't give this little devil any chance to poison him. Let's go. Bing Wuxin looked at Gongsun Wuxie, then strode away with her slender legs. Before she left, she looked at Su Yu, as if to ask him whether he was coming with her or not. Su Yu said, "I still have something to do." Bing Wuxin furrowed her brows and glared at him before she left with Gongsun Wuxie. Wherever they passed, there was chaos, and everyone closed their doors and windows. It was as if a plague was spreading. Su Yu clicked his tongue. What a group of fiend. After a long while, Su Yu and the Raging Flame Cabinet's mistress arrived at her mansion. It wasn't large, and it was an independent courtyard. There was a bedroom and a cultivation room in it. Let's check the cultivation room's condition and see whether it's suitable for refining elixirs. The Raging Flame Cabinet's mistress twirled her wet hair and glared at Su Yu resentfully. In order to earn merit points, I was almost killed by your little lover. You must refine elixirs for me and try your best to compensate me. Su Yu laughed bitterly in his heart. Su Yu didn't bother to explain himself, so he entered the cultivation room to check it out. The temperature of the earth fire was quite high, and it wasn't any lower than that of the Raging Flame Cabinets. It was quite suitable for refining elixirs. After Su Yu closed the stone door, he took out the materials, the elixir furnace, and the rest of the tools. He was about to continue refining elixirs. At this moment, the 9-jade spiritual pearl flickered with a purple light, and the small Kylin ran out by itself with the scroll in its mouth. It squatted in front of Su Yu like a puppy and opened the scroll in its mouth on the ground. It pointed at the scroll with its little hoof, while its eyes were filled with longing. I want to refine elixirs. I want to refine elixirs. Su Yu was startled. Refine elixirs? You? After thinking about it for a moment, Su Yu threw a set of primordial chaos vital pills materials at it. The small Kylin didn't use the earth fire or the elixir furnace, but relied on itself. It opened its mouth and spouted a mass of purple flames, which engulfed the materials. Su Yu was startled by this, and he wondered, when did the small Kylin learn to spit out flames? Moreover, it's a purple flame that I've never seen before. The flame's temperature wasn't very high, but surprisingly, the materials, which required high temperatures to melt, melted quickly like snowflakes in the purple flames. Its effect was much higher than the earth fire by many levels. Where did you get the flames? Su Yu noticed the small Kylin's abnormality and asked with a grave expression. The small Kylin pointed at its chest with its little hoof, indicating that the changes came from within its body. Su Yu was lost in thought. The small Kylin's growth didn't seem to require external help, and it grew naturally. Now, the mysterious purple flames that it had cultivated seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. In Su Yu's memory, there seemed to be a mysterious space within the small Kylin's body, which could easily accommodate a large number of items. Could the source of its changes be from the mysterious space within its body? Looking at the small Kylin, Su Yu was very curious about its origin. While he was deep in thought, the small Kylin melted the materials skillfully, then controlled the purple flames, and finally fused the elixir. The entire process was smooth and natural. Su Yu was shocked. He was sure that this wasn't a state that a novice alchemist should have. It was so skillful and familiar with the process, even more skillful than Su Yu. It was as if it was an alchemist master. Su Yu was very surprised. Puff. The small Kylin opened its mouth, and a dark blue elixir was spat out. Su Yu's eyes were sharp, and he used a jade bottle to contain the elixir. When he looked at it, His pupils shrank. The elixir was densely packed with 3 snow-white feather-like patterns. A third-grade spirit elixir. Suyu was shocked. It was his first time refining elixir, and he had already refined a third-grade spirit elixir. Most importantly, Suyu had only given it ordinary materials that hadn't been purified yet. What kind of superb skill was this? It could be said that he had turned something rotten into something magical. Judging from the increase in the elixir's quality after purification, if the purified materials were given to the small Kailin, it might be able to refine a 6th-grade spirit elixir. Suyu's expression was solemn. Small Kailin, can you tell me how you can refine elixirs? The small Kailin smiled and pointed at its head with its hoof. A voice in my head told me that I could refine elixirs a long time ago. A long time ago? Was it the small Kailin's memory? He remembered that the small Kailin's previous master was a divine master. Could it be that the divine master had taught the small Kailin how to refine elixirs? Now that it had just recovered its memory, could it be proficient in refining elixirs? After thinking about it, this was the only explanation that made sense. After pondering it for a moment, delight appeared on Suyu's face. This was a pleasant surprise. With the small Kailin's help, the number of primordial chaos vital pills he could refine would be doubled, and the merit points he would get would also be doubled. Now, he would be able to get close to 40,000 merit points in a month. Coupled with the 40,000 merit points that he had gotten from the 4 demons, he would have a total of 80,000 merit point. If he could get a large amount of merit points from the elegant spirit mountain, he might even be able to get 20,000 merit points, which would allow him to reach 100,000 merit point. In that case, he would be able to get the 9 Suns Cosmos Sword Formations Sword Manual. As for the high-grade spirit elixirs, Suyu didn't plan to let the small Kailin try them. A large amount of 3rd-grade primordial chaos vital pills had already alarmed the elixir hall, and if even 6th-grade primordial chaos vital pills appeared, the inner sanctum would be alarmed. At that time, even the raging flame cabinet's master wouldn't be able to hide him. He could only look for an opportunity to refine several of them outside the palace and consume them in secret. As Suyu thought about this, he started refining elixirs. Nightfall. After Suyu left the raging flame cabinet's master, she was dumbfounded as Suyu took out 40 primordial chaos vital pills in one go. This made the raging flame cabinet's master so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. It must be known that every time she sold one, she would earn an extra 10 merit points. So, if she sold 20 pills every day, she would be able to earn 6,000 merit points in a month. This was really a pleasant surprise. In this way, Suyu's daily visits to the Raging Flame Cabinet's master's manor had already become a well-known fact among the Outer Sanctum's disciples. All of the Outer Sanctum's disciples could only worship such a supreme middle demon. After he entered the Outer Sanctum, he had first met Bing Wuxin, then the Raging Flame Cabinet's master. He had subdued the Outer Sanctum's 2 beauties. However, this news had dimmed greatly due to another matter. Otherwise, many people would have come to challenge Suyu. It was that a primary alchemist was selling a large amount of 3rd-grade primordial chaos vital pills in the black market. There was a daily limit of 40 pills, and he was selling them every day. The market was bustling, and almost all of the pills were sold out in one go. Many disciples, who had a large amount of merit points, would buy them all and save them to consume them slowly. The price of the pills kept rising, and the highest price it had reached 80 merit point. Even so, it still couldn't stop the craze of the buyers. For a whole month, a large amount of primordial chaos vital pills flowed into the pockets of many Outer Sanctum's disciples. This matter finally alarmed the Elixir Hall, and they started investigating it. After following the clues, they found the Raging Flame Cabinet's master and entered the Raging Flame Cabinet to investigate. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything. Due to the Raging Flame Cabinet's master's identity, the Elixir Hall couldn't search his manor, so they could only give up. In order to resist the black market, the Elixir Hall had no choice but to organize alchemists to start refining primordial chaos vital pills. A large amount of cheap primordial chaos vital pills entered the market, and the disturbance in the black market gradually died down. As for Suyu and the Raging Flame Cabinet's master, after a month of crazy plundering, they had already earned a lot. The Raging Flame Cabinet's master had earned 20,000 merit point. As for Su Yu, it was even more shocking, as he had earned a total of 38,000 merit point. After the two of them checked their accounts, they both revealed satisfied looks. At least, I didn't waste a month of hard work. Su Yu heaved a long sigh of relief. Besides the merit points, his crazy elixir refining had greatly improved his skills. Now, refining third-grade spirit elixirs was as easy as drinking water to him. Now, he had already started refining fourth-grade spirit elixirs. Now that the elixir hall has taken action, it will be difficult for us to get more primordial chaos vital pills for a long time. So, I think it's time for us to stop, Su Yu said. The Raging Flame Cabinet's master nodded. We should keep a low profile for a while. If we continue stirring up trouble, we might end up infuriating the elixir hall. If that's the case, then I will take my leave, Su Yu said. The Raging Flame Cabinet's master paused for a moment before he asked, Are you going to the Elegant Spirit Mountain? Su Yu nodded. That's right. A month has already passed, so it's time for me to go. Do you need something from me? It's nothing, but when you come back, I have someone I will recommend to you. I believe that he will be of great help to you. The Raging Flame Cabinet's master seemed to have made a decision. Recommend someone? Su Yu kept this in mind and nodded. He then returned to the Demon Mountain to meet with the 4 demons. When he entered the Demon Mountain, the 4 demons were already sitting cross-legged on the roof, quietly waiting for Su Yu's return. Bai Chunliang slowly opened his eyes, which flickered with a bright light. Central Demon, are you ready? Su Yu nodded. I'm ready, so we can leave now. Su Yu waved his hand, and the 4 demons landed on the roof, along with Zi Xian. When they left the Demon Mountain, they discovered that Xue Qi had also arrived. Su Yu raised his brows. Where is the person you recommended? After all, he had given a quota to Xue Qi. Xue Qi chuckled. Why can't I come with you? You're just a divine master, so why do you need to go to the Elegant Spirit Mountain to try your luck? Su Yu was surprised. He had assumed that she would sell the quota to someone else, so he didn't expect that she would go there herself. Su Yu couldn't help but wonder. She must have some other objective for going to the Elegant Spirit Mountain. Why can't I? Xue Qi walked over to him and exhaled a fragrant breath that assaulted his face. Su Yu took a few steps back. This pair of aunt and niece were both so charming that they wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Fine. Let's go to the mission hall to accept the mission and prepare to set off, Su Yu said. The group of 7 people flew toward the mission hall in a grandiose manner. At the same time, a tall man was sitting cross-legged on a giant rock in the fairy confining forest. As he raised his head to look at the time, an eerie smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Su Yu, it's time to send you on your way. Chapter 800. In the Mission Hall. This was one of the most bustling places in the sanctum. Every day, countless outer sanctum disciples would come to the mission hall and stare at the mission list. Once a mission with a generous amount of merit points appeared, they would immediately take it. When Su Yu went to the mission hall and looked at the crowd, he couldn't help but smack his tongue. There were at least several thousand outer sanctum disciples here, all of whom were looking at the mission lists. The mission list was divided into 2 parts. One of them was enormous, and its projection was hanging in the sky. It was the mission that most people paid attention to. There was another mission list, but there weren't many people paying attention to it. It was just a 3-meter-wide boulder that was erected beside the hall. There was an old man sitting next to it. It seemed like this place was quite desolate. However, when the mission list flickered and a new mission appeared, it immediately attracted the attention of several thousand people. Their gazes became heated, as if the mission that appeared on this mission list was even more special. Junior Brother Su, these 2 mission lists are called the Human List and the Ghost List. The Human List is a giant list that issues ordinary missions, while the Ghost List is a boulder list that issues special missions. There's a great disparity between them. Xue Qi was quite interested in this trip to the Elegant Spirit Mountain. A pensive look appeared on Su Yu's face as he asked, How are they special? Xue Qi pursed her lips and smiled. For example, The Elegant Spirit Mountains mission can only be accepted by certain people. As for other people, no matter what kind of status they have, they can't accept some extremely dangerous missions. Most of these missions can't be completed by Outer Sanctum disciples, and some missions have remained on the list for 10 years. Missions that couldn't be completed even after 10 years. Suyu was startled by this. That's right. It's rumored that this mission has a reward of 3 million merit points. Moreover, the reward is increasing every year, and even the Inner Sanctum's geniuses are tempted by it. But, it's a pity that all of them have failed, and the number of people who have gone missing is in the double digits. Gongsun Wuxie's eyes shone as she spoke. 3 million merit points. Suyu was shocked by this, and he wondered, what kind of difficult mission has such a huge reward? Moreover, what kind of background does the person who issued such a mission have? However, Suyu was just shocked by this, and he didn't plan to take this mission for the time being. After all, it had been 10 years, and the number of Inner Sanctum's geniuses who had died was in the double digits. All of the Inner Sanctum's geniuses were outstanding people, yet they still hadn't gotten any benefits from it. So, Suyu surely wouldn't invite a rebuff upon himself. He just kept this 10-year mission in mind. When the stooped old man reached the giant boulder, he raised his eyelids and swept Suyu and the others with an indifferent gaze. The Elegant Spirit Mountains mission? However, he knew Suyu and the others' objective. Suyu nodded and said, "That's right. Elder, please assign me the mission." The hunchbacked old man cast a glance at Suyu, then casually took out a snow-white centipede from his sleeve and threw it at Suyu. "This is a white species of the black and white ice centipede. Take it to the Elegant Spirit Mountain and hand it over to the Manor's master. He will surely arrange a mission for you." However, Suyu understood the function of this object. The eggs of the black and white ice centipedes would give birth to a male and a female centipede at the same time. The white centipede was the female, and the black centipede was the male. Both of them came from the same source, so they could sense each other. This kind of spirit insect was used as a keepsake. When two kinds of centipedes came into contact with each other, there would be a reaction. As long as Suyu took the centipede and went to the Elegant Spirit Mountain, then came into contact with someone's black centipede, it would prove that Suyu had come from the sanctum and was carrying out a special mission. "Thank you, Elder." Suyu cupped his fists and left the faction with the others. Before he left, Suyu turned his head around and took a look at the hunchbacked old man, his eyes flickering. After Suyu left, the hunchbacked old man shook his sleeves, and a bee flew out of them. It streaked through the air and flew toward the fairy confining forest. The Elegant Spirit Mountain was 5 days' journey from the Outer Sanctum, and it was located in the depths of the fairy confining forest. There were many dangers along the way, but they were accompanied by an Inner Sanctum's divine master disciple, 4 demons, and Zixien, who was in the dark. As long as the demonic beasts in the forest had eyes, they wouldn't run into them. Thus, they were safe and sound on the way. "Junior brother Su, you really have a great entourage. You have 4 demons. Oh, no, if you count yourself, you will have 5 demons." As Xueqi walked over, her alluring fragrance assaulted Suyu's nostrils. She wore a smile on her face as she looked at Suyu. Suyu subconsciously kept some distance from her, then asked, "Senior sister Xueqi, you are more than equal to the 5 of us. So, why do you need to talk about such a great entourage?" As he spoke, Suyu stroked his chin and asked, "Senior sister, I'm really curious. Why do you insist on going to the Elegant Spirit Mountain? It seems like you don't care about 10 or 20,000 merit points, do you?" Xueqi smiled, her eyes narrowing into slits. "Do you want to know? As long as you pay me a high enough price, I will tell you." Suyu shrugged his shoulders. He was well aware of this woman's two-faced nature, so he didn't reply to her. "Me? You vixen. You are just pretending to be mysterious and trying to seduce our Yuxian. You won't be able to do it." Tian Renyaro flew over and inserted himself between them. He then pulled Suyu's arm and spoke coquettishly. Suyu's whole body shuddered as he skillfully dodged Tian Renyao's pull. Tian Renyaro didn't care about it at all. Instead, he intimately came over to him and revealed a faint smile. "Yuxian, Don't pay attention to that vixen. I will tell you everything you want to know. Su Yu got goosebumps all over his body, so he quickly dodged him and went to Bing Wuxin's side. Tian Renyao didn't give up, so he continued chasing after him. That's enough. Just travel calmly, Bing Wuxin said expressionlessly. Junior brother, you don't know about this, but something happened in the Elegant Spirit Mountain recently. Some Inner Sanctum's disciples got news of it, and they all tried to find a way to go there. Bai Shanliang coughed, then spouted a mouthful of blood. Su Yu's heart tightened. Situation? Please enlighten me, senior brother. I wouldn't dare to teach you. Actually, this matter has already spread throughout the inner sect. Bai Shanliang's pale complexion became slightly grave. It's said that ghosts have been causing trouble in Elegant Spirit Mountain for the past 6 months. Disciples and demonic beasts raised by them often go missing while carrying out missions. Not even their corpses or bones were left behind. 99% of those who can carry out missions in the Elegant Spirit Mountain are Inner Court disciples. Thus, the Inner Court disciples have long since spread the news. Only the Outer Court disciples know nothing about it. Bai Shanliang said, many factions in the Inner Sanctum are suspicious of each other, and they all think that they're the culprits. That's why they've sent investigators to infiltrate the Inner Sanctum and investigate in secret. This senior sister Xue Qi should be an investigator sent by her faction. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's brows relaxed slightly. He had assumed that this was just Xiao Yueming's scheme, but since it had started half a year ago, it was obvious that there was something fishy going on. Although Bai Shanliang didn't say it clearly, Su Yu could understand his underlying meaning. Those who had gone missing were all Inner Sanctum disciples, and there were many Divine Master experts among them. Even a Divine Master had disappeared without a corpse remaining. This was no small matter. However, since Su Yu didn't need to fear any evil spirits, he knew that he had to deal with them. They traveled for 5 days straight, before they finally reached a wondrous region. There were many mountain ranges there, and they seemed like layers upon layers of ocean waves. They extended to the horizon, and they gave off a stifling and depressing feeling. Moreover, the spiritual energy in this region was quite special, so one could always feel a faintly discernible gloomy air current lingering in the surroundings. As they looked at the mountain ranges below them, they discovered that they were all dark green, which gave them a gloomy feeling. This was once the battlefield of the human clan and the ghost clan, and many ghost clan members' corpses are buried beneath these mountains. 100 years ago, this place was just a barren land filled with ghostly energy, and it was only several dozen years ago that the ghostly energy gradually dissipated. It was only then that the Red Blood Palace managed to develop this land. However, as the ghostly energy permeated this land for 100 years, it became quite eerie, Bai Shanliang explained. It seemed like he was quite familiar with this region. Su Yu swept his gaze over the land below him. Since Zi Xian was here, he didn't dare to use his soul eyes to investigate the depths of the land. So, he just followed them into the depths of the boundless dark green mountain range. After flying for an unknown amount of miles, they suddenly arrived at a plain, which was overflowing with greenery and had a refreshing spiritual energy. If one looked at it from above, it seemed like a circular jade ring was floating amidst the boundless ocean waves. This is the Elegant Spirit Manor, which was established by our Red Blood Palace. We dug out 100 great mountains to create it, and a large number of precious spiritual plants are planted in the vicinity of the manor. This is why many of the Sanctum's top experts are guarding it. You must all bear in mind that you mustn't cause any trouble, and that you must abide by the rules of this place. Otherwise, the guards will kill you first and report to you later, Bai Shanliang warned them. The group of people nodded and landed on the plain. Before they even landed, a group of 9 people flew over. The leader of this group was a Divine Master expert, who was just the captain of a small patrol team. Who are you? The captain berated him. Su Yu took out the black and white ice centipede's white seed. Upon seeing it, the captain's expression became more reserved. Fine, follow me. Pay your respects to the manor master. It seemed like the captain was leading the way, but he was actually monitoring them. Soon, Su Yu and the others reached the manor. When they just entered the manor, Su Yu felt at least 10 Divine Masters' gazes sweep over them. Su Yu and the others entered a side hall while being closely monitored. Wait here for a while. The manor master will come here shortly. After the captain spoke, he immediately went to inform the manor master. After a short while, an awe-inspiring middle-aged man, who wore a purple-gold crown, came over. He was followed by 9 divine master old men with different cultivations. Greetings, Manor Master Zhong. Xue Qi poked Su Yu's arm and greeted him. Su Yu and the others greeted him one after another. Greetings, Manor Master Zhong. However, just as they lowered their heads, a gentle force lifted them up. When they raised their heads, they saw that the middle-aged man was slowly lowering his right foot. As he raised his foot, he controlled the gentle power and helped everyone up. This man's control over his power was truly miraculous. When Su Yu examined his cultivation, he could only say that he was unfathomable. He was like the outer sanctum's young palace mistress Kong Chan, who was like an abyss that was difficult to probe. Moreover, there were 9 divine master old men at the early or middle stage beside him. Just this lineup alone could rival a quarter of the outer sanctum's power. This was especially the case with Manor Master Zhong overseeing this place. Even the other 16 factions wouldn't be able to contend against the elegant spirit manor unless they used all of their faction's power. You may dispense with the formalities. You are all outstanding talents of the outer sanctum, and we will sooner or later become peers. So, there is no need for such formalities. Manor Master Zhong was quite polite. Su Yu was the outer sanctum's top scorer, and his future achievements would be limitless. The 4 demons he had brought with him were all level 9 fairies, and they were just a step away from becoming divine masters. In fact, it was rumored that they were all suppressing their cultivations in order to wait for an opportunity. Otherwise, they would have already become divine masters. Manor Master Zhong, this is our token. Su Yu took out the white centipede and handed it to him. Manor Master Zhong's gaze fell upon Su Yu. In an instant, Su Yu felt like his whole body was being seen through, and he was startled. So powerful. This was the only feeling Su Yu had in his heart. Apart from all creation old monsters, no one had ever made him feel so oppressed. Even Palace Mistress Kong Chan wasn't this powerful. Not bad. I heard that you managed to reach the 50th layer when you first tried to leap over the Dragon Gate. Now that I have seen you, it seems like you really are a heavenly phenomenon, Manor Master Zhong said. Su Yu understood that Manor Master Zhong was referring to his old appearance, which was a heavenly phenomenon. Manor Master Zhong, you are overpraising me. I was just lucky, Su Yu replied modestly. Manor Master Zhong chuckled and shook his head. Hee, luck isn't allowed in the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. You will surely have great achievements in the future. As he spoke, Manor Master Zhong took the white centipede and swept it with his gaze. He then took out a black centipede. When they came into contact with each other, the 2 centipedes' bodies emitted a rainbow-like radiance. It's a black and white ice centipede, which came from the same egg. It's a token, Manor Master Zhong said. I will arrange a region for you to develop. Juan, give me the map. A bald middle-stage divine master realm old man, who looked like a monk, took out an ancient scroll from his sleeves and unfurled it in front of everyone. It was the map that Su Yu had seen from the sky. Juan, where is the most suitable region for development? Leave it to them. It isn't easy for Outer Sanctum disciples to come here, so you must find a good region. Manor Master Zhong took good care of them. Juan swept the area with her gaze and looked at the westernmost region. Manor Master, the soil around the 18 linked mountains is very fertile and loose, so it's suitable for Outer Sanctum disciples to develop it. As for the rest of the wasteland, its soil is very hard, and only a divine master realm's cultivation can break it, Juan said. Manor Master Zhong looked at Su Yu and the others and said, I will leave the 18 linked mountains to you. You only have 3 days, so how much land you can develop will depend on how hard you work. The merit points you will get in the end will depend on how much land you develop. Of course, if you manage to dig out any important treasures, you can also exchange them for merit points. All of them gladly accepted such an arrangement. Fine, this is the map, so you can take it. A camp has been prepared in the 18 linked mountains, as well as all the necessary supplies and resting places. You can go there now. Also, there is a new batch of Inner Sanctum disciples there, who will also carry out a development mission. So, you must get along well with each other, Mana Master Zhong said. Su Yu and the others cupped their fists at him to thank him, then respectfully sent him off. Tian Renyao's eyes flickered as he looked at Mana Master Zhong's departing back. He then said in a sweet voice, "Oh, Mana Master Zhong is really handsome. Just looking at him makes my heart thump." When she saw Su Yu out of the corner of her eye, she replied shyly, "Of course, the most manly one is still our Yuxian. No one can compare to her." Su Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't understand why Tian Renyao was interested in him. He had an old body, and his appearance was far from being as charming as those handsome youths. Well, it seems like Mana Master Zhong isn't bad. Gongsun Wuxie rolled her eyes as she asked, "But, isn't he treating us a bit too well?" She was the Eastern heretic, and she was the one who played pranks on people. "There is indeed an issue," Xue Qi, who had been frowning all this while, said in a deep voice. Bai Shanliang lowered his head and pondered this matter. His expression became solemn as he said, "That's right, there is indeed an issue." The two of them exchanged a glance, then Bai Shanliang turned to look at Su Yu and said solemnly, "I think that we must be careful. The 18 linked mountains that Mana Master Zhong arranged for us isn't a safe place. In fact, it's the most dangerous region in the past half a year." Su Yu furrowed his brows slightly, then asked, "Are you saying that many people went missing in the 18 linked mountains in the past half a year?" Chapter 801. Xue Qi nodded and said, "As expected of the leader of the 4 great demons. Most of the Inner Sanctum's disciples don't know this secret information, yet you know it in such detail. In fact, judging from everyone's expressions, apart from Su Yu and Zi Xian, the 4 demons were well aware of this. Their eyes and ears in the inner sect were very well informed." Gongsun Wuxie gnashed her teeth and brandished her delicate fists. "He, this Villa Master Zhong actually sent us outer sect disciples there. I'm going to poison him to death. Brother Shanliang, give me your heaven poison and earth poison. I'm going to poison this guy to death." Bai Shanliang smiled warmly, like the boy next door. "Wu Xie, you're being naughty again. Your brother's name has the word kind in it. How can I refine poison?" Xue Qi raised her brows and moved back. She maintained a distance of 6 feet from Bai Shanliang and clicked her tongue in wonder. "Are you the leader of the 4 great demons, Bai Shanliang? It's said that your method of refining poisons has reached the point of perfection. Many divine masters and old monsters who dabble in this path are far inferior to you." Gongsun Wuxie crossed her arms in front of her chest and raised her neck slightly. "That's right. Brother Shanliang can even poison a late-stage divine master to death. He's really powerful. Brother Shanliang, hurry up and give it to me. I'll go and poison this hateful guy to death." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Su Yu was slightly startled. He knew that Bai Shanliang's reputation as a drug addict wasn't just for show, but he didn't know that his poison refining technique was so superb that he could even poison a late-stage divine master to death. What kind of terrifying poison was that? Cough, cough. Ugh. Bai Shanliang coughed twice heavily and spat out a column of blood from his mouth. His expression quickly weakened, and he said weakly, "How can my frail body withstand the ravages of poison?" "Ha ha, Wu Xie, don't mess around." Wu Xie wrinkled her fleshy nose and bared her teeth. She stretched out her small palm and said, "Then give me another bottle of 9 heavens earth extinguishing diarrhea powder. Even if the poison doesn't kill him, it'll still make him die of diarrhea." The corners of Bai Shanliang's mouth twitched. "I only gave you 2. Laro Ari, you used 1. Where's the other one?" Wu Xie averted her eyes and muttered, "Petty." For some unknown reason, Su Yu had a vague feeling that Wu Xie had just brushed past him. This was the second time the little demon had peeked at him. Su Yu immediately became vigilant. Could it be that he intends to use the other portion of the 9 heavens earth extinction diarrhea powder on me? At this moment, Bing Wuxin said expressionlessly, "It's still too early to make a conclusion. It is true that there have been cases of people disappearing in the 18 linked mountains, but from the looks of it, there aren't many of them. Mana Master Zhong might not have intentionally harmed us. We only have 3 days. How much wasteland we can reclaim and how many useful items we can find will depend on our luck. There's no time to lose, let's head to the 18 linked mountains first. Everyone nodded. Although it was dangerous, if they could return safely, their gains would be great. The group left the mansion and headed for the tent. The tents were located at the outermost area of the elegant Spirit Mountain village. Looking from the sky, they were at the edge of the ring. Taking a step forward was an endless stretch of barren mountains. Among them, there were 18 pitch-black mountain peaks that were connected in a line. They were even more sinister than the dark green mountain peaks, giving off an oppressive feeling. An ominous mountain peak. Xueqi furrowed her brows as she looked at the 18 black mountains. The 18 linked mountains are more dangerous than the other mountains. Everyone, you must be careful when digging. Bai Shanliang furrowed his brows slightly. That's right. There is a faint poisonous gas in the air, and it has a corrosive aura. So, there must be an extremely poisonous object in the vicinity. We should really be careful. I have some antidote pills here, and they should be able to deal with the poisonous gas. He gave each of them a pure white crystalline pill. After they inhaled a mouthful of it, they felt refreshed, and the uncomfortable feeling disappeared. The condensing fragrance crystal moon pill, which is rarely seen even in the inner sanctum. Xueqi's eyes lit up. It's an antidote treasure that can't be bought even with 1,000 merit points. I didn't expect that West Poison wasn't just proficient in refining poisons, he was also proficient in detoxifying poisons. Bai Shanliang waved his hand disapprovingly. Since he's proficient in refining poisons, he's also proficient in detoxifying poisons. The two are related, so there's nothing surprising about it. As he spoke, Bai Shanliang added, everyone, make your own preparations. Once you're done, you can enter the 18 linked mountains. Otherwise, if you run into danger in a hurry, the gains won't make up for the losses. Everyone felt danger, so they all went back to their tents. The tents were separated, and they weren't spacious. They were only suitable for resting. However, the tents all had a soundproof barrier, so it would be difficult for anyone from the outside to spy on the situation inside. Su Yu sat down cross-legged and his gaze flickered. You can come out now. Swoosh. As the 9-jade spiritual pearl flickered, a cute loli, who was wearing a pink dress, appeared. Her exquisite face was filled with amazement as she looked around in surprise. Her eyes were filled with shock as she cried out involuntarily, this spiritual energy isn't from the Zhenlong world. Su Yu nodded calmly. That's right. I've already reached Jojo. The little loli was obviously Sheng Ji. In an instant, Sheng Ji's gaze became resplendent, and it shone with an ecstatic light. She had finally returned to Jojo after waiting for so long. However, she was aware of her current situation, so after she calmed down, she stood in front of Su Yu and waited for his instructions. Tell me, what did you just discover? Su Yu asked bluntly. When Su Yu had met Mana Master Zhong, Sheng Ji, who was in the 9-jade spiritual pearl, had sent out a weak consciousness to warn Su Yu. Sheng Ji's expression became solemn, and she said in a grave voice, Master, I just detected the aura of my kind. Same kind? Su Yu's eyes flickered. Are you saying that the ghost clan exists? Yes, the ghost clan is much more sensitive to the aura of our own kind than humans. Furthermore, I'm also quite special. I've cultivated the ghost realm's cultivation method to sense auras, so my perception is far better than that of ordinary ghost clan members. Perhaps the ghost clan members near Master can't sense me in the 9-jade spiritual pearl, but I've already sensed his existence. He actually came into close contact with the ghost race. From the time that Shunga had reminded him of, it was time to meet with Mana Lord Zhong. In other words, between Villa Master Zhong and the 9 elders, there was a ghost. Thinking back to 100 years ago, the invasion of the ghost realm almost caused the extinction of the human race in the 9 states. The two sides could be said to be incompatible like fire and water. If news of the ghost race sneaking into Elegant Spirit Mountain traveled back to the sect, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Perhaps it would become a meritorious service, and they would receive a large number of merit points as a reward. Unfortunately, he had no evidence and was unable to explain the reason. Okay. You should pay attention to his presence at all times. Once he comes close, you must warn me in time, Suyu said. Shunga nodded. Suyu took a deep breath. I will need your help later. If you can help me more, you will also benefit from it. 2 hours later. The group of 7 people gathered together once again. Zixuan tilted her head and moved closer to Suyu's ear. Can we find Suyu here? It doesn't seem like it. Suyu replied sheepishly, you should just search patiently. You might end up with an unexpected harvest. Fine. I hope that we can quickly find that guy, as I don't have much time left, Zixuan said earnestly. Swoosh. The group of 7 people entered the 18 linked mountains, each of them in charge of a mountain. Their goal was to excavate all 10 mountains and open up a plain. Suyu held the heavenly orchid silver bamboo golden sword in his hand as he flew to the top of the mountain. Thump, thump. A series of muffled sounds echoed, and it felt like he was stepping on a lump of iron. When he looked at the mountain's vegetation, he discovered that they were all pitch black, straight, and sturdy. A strong wind whistled on the mountain's peak, causing Suyu's clothes to flutter. However, the vegetation on the mountain didn't move in the slightest, as if they were made of iron. Then, he observed them carefully. Suyu discovered that the mountain's peak under his feet had been excavated by someone. This meant that he wasn't the first person to excavate this mountain. Moreover, judging from the excavation marks, it seemed like at least 5 people had excavated it. However, they had only excavated a small mound, which wasn't even a tenth of the whole mountain. Suyu held the small golden sword in his hand and waved it at the ground. Creak. The small golden sword rubbed against the ground, creating a series of sparks. Even though the small golden sword was a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact, it was only able to leave a dent that was half a finger deep in the valley. Suyu was flabbergasted by this, as he knew that if he continued waving his sword at the ground, he would have to wait for a long time before he could completely excavate the whole mountain. Moreover, it would be impossible for him to obtain the treasures left behind by the great battle between humans and ghosts. Suyu pondered this for a moment, then called out to Shengji. Is the reason why this place's environment has become like this because of the great battle between humans and ghosts? When Shengji appeared, she looked at the ground under her feet in amazement and clicked her tongue in wonder. Well, this mountain is somewhat strange, as it seems like it contains our ghost clan's all-creation realm's blood essence. His blood essence watered the mountain's peak, causing it to become extremely sturdy. It would be difficult to shake it unless one used a spiritual artifact. An all-creation realm ghost. Suyu's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the 18 mountains. He couldn't help but recall the past when an injured all-creation realm ghost's blood sprinkled on this place, causing the 18 mountains to transform and become as sturdy as steel. If I wanted to excavate this mountain, wouldn't it be as difficult as ascending to heaven? Suyu asked. Shengji wanted to say something, but she hesitated for a moment before she said, Master, if you trust me, you can absorb the ghost's blood essence in the mountain. This way, the mountain will soften, and it will be easier for you to excavate it. Suyu looked at her and nodded. Go ahead and try it. If you don't trust me, don't use me. Since I called you out, I will let you do as you wish. Shengji was delighted, and she looked at the black mountain with delight written all over her face. Swoosh. Ghost energy engulfed Shengji's body as she drilled into the mountain. Soon after, the small patch of soil under Suyu's feet turned from black to dark blue at a speed that could be observed by the naked eye. Suyu casually waved his sword at it, cutting off a mountain that was as big as a palm. As Suyu relaxed, he commanded the 3 small golden swords at the same time, and they quickly cut off the mountain. After 2 hours had passed, 1% of the whole mountain had been shaved off, and it had become slightly shorter. At this moment, Shengji, who was softening the soil, suddenly transmitted her voice to Suyu. Master, there's something down there. Suyu's heart thumped, and he sped up. After a cup of tea's time, when he had shaved off a large piece of rock, he found a broken black bone claw, which was tightly grasping a small, tattered drum. The 2 sides of the drum were carved with ferocious beast heads, which gave off an ominous feeling. When Suyu picked it up, he felt his hair stand on end, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. This is a ghost artifact of the Ghost Clan, and it's a spiritual artifact. It's called the human skin drum, and it was made from the top of a human fairy realm expert's head, Sheng Ji said carefully as she looked at Su Yu. Su Yu's gaze became slightly ice-cold. They were really a cruel clan. He recalled the little ghost he had met in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion and the evil Ghost Valley. It was also a cruel and bloodthirsty demon. Killing it back then had been the right decision. Chapter 802. With Sheng Ji's help, Su Yu felt as if he was being assisted by a god. When night fell, he had already excavated 30% of the mountain. If he was given another 2 days, he would be able to level the whole mountain easily. Phew. Su Yu let out a long breath, while beads of sweat appeared on his pale face. His back was also drenched in sweat. Using the 3 small golden swords to excavate the mountain consumed a lot of his energy. The vital energy in his inner and outer dantians had been completely used up. Buzz. Sheng Ji came out of the ground. Her whole body was covered in black sludge, which covered her lovely body. However, it still couldn't conceal the delight on her face. A level 2 fairy? It seems like you have obtained great benefits. Su Yu was slightly surprised. Sheng Ji replied excitedly, Master, many thanks for your reward. The all-creation ghost's blood essence is quite beneficial to me, as it helped me break through my bottleneck. If I can absorb the whole mountain's blood essence, I should be able to advance to the level 3 fairy realm. Any part of the all-creation ghost's body was like a divine treasure to a fairy. A single drop of blood essence was enough to kill an early-stage fairy. You deserve it. Now, tell me, what else did you find down there? Su Yu asked. After excavating 1/3 of the mountain, Su Yu had already obtained a large number of damaged items left behind by the Ghost Clan and the Human Clan. Moreover, the deeper he went, the more ancient items he found. Su Yu had already obtained 4 damaged items from the Ghost Clan and 3 defective items from the Human Clan. There were books, magical treasures, and talismans. There were also some items that were extremely rotten, which Su Yu threw away. He only kept some treasures that still had a spiritual nature. I can feel that there are more items with ghost energy fluctuations down there. If I excavate them all, I should be able to find at least 10 to 20 Ghost Clan's items. However, I can't find out what kind of items they are. Sheng Ji licked her lips excitedly. Even though she didn't have any Ghost Clan's treasures, if she could find something suitable for her, and Su Yu was willing to give it to her, her power would surely increase greatly. Su Yu's eyes lit up. 10 to 20 Ghost Clan's items? Those were just Ghost Clan's items. There were also Human Clan's items that she couldn't sense, so she guessed that there were at least 20 of them. If he excavated all of them, it would be a great merit. With a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, Su Yu put Sheng Ji away, shook his clothes, and returned to his tent in the twilight. What he did not know was that after he left, 2 young and slender figures with extremely powerful auras descended on the mountain peak. Is that the kid that Big Brother Shao wants us to deal with? He seems to have some ability. Even a tough bone like the 18 linked mountains was cut down by a third by him. It's really incredible, the figure on the left said solemnly. The person on the right lowered his head and looked at the foot of the mountain. He then curled up the corners of his mouth and said, only then would he be worthy of us attacking him. At first, I assumed that he was really just a fairy realm expert, and I was somewhat unwilling to trouble him by traveling such a long distance just to kill him. But, it seems like it isn't completely pointless. At least, we can interrogate him and uncover the 18 linked mountains' secret. The astonishing treasures hidden beneath these 18 mountains were no longer a secret. It's just that no one can easily excavate it. A gust of wind blew past, and the 2 figures bathed in the light of the setting sun disappeared like the wind. When he returned to his tent, the 4 demons, Zi Xian, and Xue Qi had already returned. Zi Xian was untainted by even a speck of dust, and her hands were empty. She was sitting on the ground, lost in her thoughts. It seemed like she hadn't started excavating the Black Mountain. As for Xue Qi, although she looked travel-worn, she had already stated that she had come here to investigate the disappearance case. So, she probably wasn't interested in excavating the Black Mountain. Only the 4 demons were exhausted to varying degrees. Brother Shanliang, did you dig out a treasure? Gongsun Wuxie's long and curly eyelashes were like a pair of big cattail leaf fans. Bai Shanliang coughed dryly, smiled, and didn't reply. It wasn't appropriate for him to announce it before the end. Tian Renyao's eyes flickered, and he moved his butt closer to Bai Shanliang. He then rubbed his head against Bai Shanliang's chest and said coquettishly, Brother Shanliang, tell me, I like you the most. What? Bai Shanliang's face turned pale, and he spouted a mouthful of blood. Goosebumps appeared all over his body, and he quickly moved aside. Don't. Can't I tell you? It's nothing much, as it's just a white bone whip that was once used by the Ghost Clan. As he spoke, Bai Shanliang took out a broken, snow-white bone whip from his sleeves. Judging from its grade, it was originally a spiritual artifact, but it's a pity that it was damaged. Now, it can only be compared to a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. Bai Shanliang felt that it was a pity. According to the Manners Exchange rules, the Ghost Clan's items have important research significance, so they are worth quite a lot. This semi-manufactured spiritual artifact can be exchanged for 3,000 merit points. Envy appeared on the faces of the other 3 demons when they heard him. Bai Shanliang shook his head. I was just lucky, as I managed to get one on the first day. I don't know whether I will be able to find more in the next 2 days. I might not even be able to get back the 10,000 merit points I spent. Bai Shanliang's eyes flickered as he said with a smile, since I've already shown you what I got today, why don't you all show it to me? We don't compete with each other, so it won't be a bad thing for us to get to know each other. When he heard this, Tian Renyao glanced at Su Yu and cast him a flirtatious glance. Brother Yuxian, do you want to know? Su Yu felt a chill run down his spine, and he shook his head repeatedly. Gongsun Wuxie chuckled. I want to know. Tian Renyao looked at Su Yu with a pitiful expression and said, Brother Yuxian, do you dislike me so much? I'm really infatuated with you. If you want to take it, then take it. If you speak another word, I will cut off your tongue. Bing Wuxin furrowed her brows and reprimanded him. Tian Renyao glared at Bing Wuxin with resentment, but he was still afraid of her murderous aura. He said resentfully, I will take it. Clang. A melodious metallic sound echoed, and a Vajra scepter, which only had half of it left, fell on the ground. Even though it was very old, and the Vajra scepter was filled with signs of decay, it still emitted a shocking Buddhist nature. A precious Buddhist treasure? The 3 of them cried out in alarm. They were all quite surprised. Bing Wuxin said, the Buddhist path is quite rare in the Central Prefecture and the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands. It's only during the Great War between humans and ghosts 100 years ago, when the human race was on the brink of extinction, that Buddhist cultivators appeared in the world and fought against the Ghost Clan. Most of the Buddhist cultivators died, and the rest of them lived in seclusion. It's said that the Buddhist path's magical treasures are quite effective against the Ghost Clan, and the Sanctum is quite interested in them. She then added, although this Vajra scepter has lost a great deal of its spiritual nature and isn't even as good as a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact, its value is probably the same as the white bone whip, Bing Wuxin said. Tian Renyao grabbed the Vajra scepter and rubbed it against his face. This is my treasure, and I dug it out by accident. So, you mustn't snatch it from me. 2 people had dug out treasures in succession, and the only ones left were Bing Wuxin, Gongsun Wuxie, and Su Yu. I didn't. Bing Wuxin shook her head bluntly. A 5th of this mountain was chopped off by me, and even half of the human race's treasures are missing. Although her tone was calm, it was obvious that she was quite angry. Su Yu had dug out 1/3 of the mountain, which meant that he had 7 of the human race's and ghost race's treasures. However, Bing Wuxin had dug out 1/5 of the mountain, which was equivalent to half of what Su Yu had dug out. Su Yu couldn't help but be surprised by this. It was only because he had Sheng Ji's help that he had managed to dig out 1/3 of the mountain as easily as if he was cutting mud. Yet, Bing Wuxin had managed to dig out 1/5 of the mountain all by herself. It could be seen from this that she was quite skilled, and she must have hidden tricks up her sleeves. Next was Gongsun Wuxie, and everyone's gazes looked at the little demoness. The little demoness pouted and tears welled up in her eyes as she threw herself into Bing Wuxin's embrace. Her face was filled with grief and bitterness as she said, Sister Wuxin, We are both in the same boat. I dug for a whole day, but my hand trembled and broke it. I don't believe it, and it must have been that old manor master Zhong who did something to it. I want to poison him to death 10,000 times. When the crowd saw Gongsun Wuxie clenching her small fists angrily, they couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Even this little demoness would have such a day. If anyone dares to laugh at me, I will poison him to death tonight. The little demoness seemed to have sensed their laughter, and she raised her head fiercely as she bared her fangs and brandished her claws. Shortly after, her purple eyeballs rolled, and she smiled through her tears as she looked at Bai Shanliang. Brother Shanliang, you love me the most, so can you give me half of the white bone whip? Bai Shanliang shook his head and said, that won't do, as I'm depending on this guy to make a comeback. Humph. The little demoness bared her teeth and said, tomorrow, I will steal everything from your poison refinery room. Bai Shanliang turned a deaf ear to her, and he just paid no attention to her, as if he was an old monk. You are infuriating me. The little demoness looked at Tian Renyao angrily and asked, what about you? Tian Renyao rolled his eyes at her and snorted delicately. My heart belongs only to Brother Yuxian, and I am only willing to give it to him. Wow, you are infuriating me. Tomorrow, I will surely eat the whole mountain and see whether I can spit out a few treasures. The little demoness swore fiercely. The Demon Mountain's accomplishments on this day were quite impressive, as they had managed to dig out 2 great treasures on the first day. Fine, let's go to the manor and quickly exchange the treasures we dug out. We don't want any accidents to happen, Bai Shanliang said as he stood up. The Ghost Clan's treasures had been buried underground for many years, and now that they had seen the light of day again, they would surely decay even faster. They would need to hand them over to the sanctum, which would use a special method to store them. When the crowd was just about to stand up, Xueqi was startled. Aren't you going to take a look at Yarrow Wushang? Isn't he also part of your demon mountain? The 4 demons were startled. They didn't forget about Suyu, as they had personally gone to the 18 linked mountains, and they were clearly aware of how hard these mountains were. They were afraid that Suyu's level 2 fairy realm cultivation wouldn't be able to go through them. This was why they didn't ask Suyu about it, as they didn't want him to feel embarrassed and inferior among this group of experts. However, since Xueqi had brought it up on her own accord, they could only ask her about it. Junior brother Su, how was your luck? Did you dig out a single treasure? Bai Shanliang asked Suyu. The other 3 demons also wore indifferent expressions as they waited for Suyu's reply. 1 treasure? Suyu rubbed his nose. It seemed like there was more than one. Chapter 803. 2. The 4 demons were startled. They had never expected that Suyu, who they had underestimated the most, would manage to dig out 2 of them. 4 pairs of eyes shot toward Suyu's left and right hands like sharp arrows. The 4 of them frowned slightly when they saw the human skin drum. They could feel the reek of blood coming from it. However, there was no doubt that it was a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact and was not inferior to Bai Shanliang's white bone whip. As for the broken sword, when it was complete, it was also a spiritual artifact. Now that it was damaged, it had fallen to the level of a semi-manufactured spiritual artifact. Hiss, junior brother's luck is really enviable. Bai Shanliang couldn't help but laugh. Let's not talk about the Ghost Clan's magical artifacts, which are worth at least 3,000 merit points, and that broken sword also seems to have some history. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the Red Blood Palace's famous long-arm Tai Luo's long dragon sword from 100 years ago. This sword can be extended at will, and it's quite strange. Long-arm Tai Luo relied on this sword to run amok in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. 100 years ago, during the Great War between humans and ghosts, he killed innumerable Ghost Clan members. If we return this broken sword to the sect, the reward will not be less than 4,000 merit points. In other words, Suyu would get a reward of 7,000 merit points on the first day. Not only was Gongsun Wuxie's eyes burning with flames, but even Bing Wuxin was surprised by Suyu's luck. Bai Shanliang stood up and said, let's go to the villa together. Let's finish the exchange as soon as possible and come back early to rest. Gongsun Wuxie rolled her eyes. I'll go too. I want to see what treasures those inner sanctum disciples have unearthed. Bing Wuxin frowned. I'll go and have a look too. Me too. In the end, Zixian also stood up and followed them. She wouldn't let go of any opportunity to search for Su Yu. However, it was a pity that she didn't know that Su Yu was right beside her. Su Yu looked at Xueqi and asked, "What about you?" Xueqi shook her head. She didn't seem interested at all. "I'll pass. You guys can go." All of a sudden, Xueqi looked at Su Yu and said, "If you run into the Inner Sanctum's people, it would be best if you don't start a conflict with them. According to what I know, 2 of the 7 people who came here have an ambiguous relationship with the Shao family, so you shouldn't give them any excuses to cause trouble for you." Su Yu's heart shuddered, and he wondered. Shao Yuming has really arranged for people to come here? Moreover, they were 2 Inner Sanctum disciples. In other words, it was very likely that they were 2 almighty divine masters. To Su Yu, such a powerful lineup was indeed a deadly trap. What should come had finally come. Su Yu's eyes shone brightly as he glanced at Zixuan. "Okay, you stay in the tent alone. Remember to be careful," Su Yu said. Xueqi rolled her eyes at him. "Just worry about yourself. I don't need you to worry about me." Su Yu shrugged his shoulders, then quickly rushed toward the villa with the 4 demons. There were people from the sect stationed in the village, who were responsible for inspecting treasures and exchanging them for merit points. When they arrived, there was already a bustling crowd. A rough count put the number at no less than 100, and all of them were members of the sects that had been stationed here for a long time and were in charge of excavating. However, they were in charge of excavating, so they couldn't exchange merit points for them like Su Yu and the others. They could only exchange them for ordinary cultivation resources. Otherwise, the merit points they had accumulated over the years wouldn't even be comparable to the Inner Sanctum's elders. As Su Yu swept the crowd with his gaze, he noticed a deserted counter, which was occupied by a serious-looking middle-aged man. He seemed like he wasn't easy to get along with. "He's there. Let's go over there." Su Yu led the way toward the man. However, all of a sudden, a group of powerful auras engulfed the area, startling the expressions of the 100 people present. Just after that, 7 people strode out of the crowd and stood in front of the middle-aged man. The person at the front was a beautiful young woman, who was dressed in colorful clothes. She was 28 years old, had a sweet and gentle temperament, and had a pretty face. She was probably the person who had gotten the right to enter the elegant Spirit Mountain, and the 6 people behind her were the people who had brought her here. "Senior, we are here to exchange for today's excavated items. Please take a look at them," the young woman said in a gentle voice. She wore a respectful expression as she placed 9 magical treasures on the table in front of the middle-aged man. When Su Yu took a look at them, he discovered that most of them were rotten objects that were on the verge of being destroyed. He had already thrown away many of such objects. The middle-aged shopkeeper's expression didn't change, and he didn't even spare them a glance. He just lowered his head and looked at the objects on the table, then stroked them one by one. The first object has lost all of its spiritual nature. Clang. The middle-aged shopkeeper flicked his finger and flicked the broken array flag onto the ground. He didn't give them any face at all. They were all Inner Sanctum disciples, and all of them were important people in the Red Blood Palace. Yet, they were still treated coldly by the middle-aged shopkeeper. The multicolored young woman and the others couldn't help but feel embarrassed. The second object is the bloodthirsty sword. It's a defective object, and it's useless. Slap. The third object is trash. The fourth object is barely qualified. 3,000 merit points. It was only at this moment that the expressions of the Inner Sanctum disciples, who wore unsightly expressions, relaxed slightly. In the end, when the 9th object's examination was completed, the 7 people relaxed slightly. In the end, there were 4 objects that were qualified, and they could be exchanged for 12,000 merit points. Take the merit points. The middle-aged shopkeeper transferred the full amount of merit points to the multicolored young woman. "Thank you, senior." The multicolored young woman revealed a sweet smile. After she spoke, the multicolored young woman turned around and prepared to leave. "Senior Sister Jiu, it seems like the Outer Sanctum disciples are also here," a tall and slender youth said to the multicolored young woman. When the other 6 people followed his gaze, they all looked over. The multicolored young woman's gaze swept over Su Yu and the others curiously. Every month, the inner sanctum would have a mission to explore the elegant Spirit Mountain, but this was the first time the outer sanctum had such a mission. Her gaze lingered on Su Yu for a moment before she nodded and revealed a faint smile. She then averted her gaze and prepared to leave. Senior Sister Jiu, don't you want to see the outer sanctum's people's harvest? Their harvest might be even greater than ours, the youth spoke once again, his tone filled with provocation. Su Yu couldn't help but pay attention to this person, and when he met his gaze, he noticed a crafty glint flickering in his eyes. Is he one of the experts sent by Xiao Yuming to end Su Yu's life here? The multicolored young woman's heart thumped slightly, and she stopped in her tracks. When Su Yu and the others saw that the middle-aged man was still observing them, they could only walk over and display their harvest in front of him. 4. The multicolored young woman's expression changed slightly. Their cultivations were much lower than theirs, yet they still managed to dig out 7 great treasures. It could be seen from this that their excavation progress was half of theirs. This was especially the case for Su Yu, as he had taken out 2 great treasures. Even though his cultivation was obviously the lowest, he had taken out the most great treasures. 2 of the youths among the 7 people looked at each other and saw the greed in each other's eyes. Since Su Yu had unexpectedly taken out 2 great treasures, they must surely get their hands on this lad's secret method of excavating the Black Mountain. White Bone Whip, qualified, 3,000 merit points. The middle-aged man's palm swept over it calmly. Vajra Scepter, qualified, 3,000 merit points. The middle-aged shopkeeper was indifferent. Then, Su Yu found the human skin drum, and he calmly said, qualified, 3,000 merit points. In the end, when he stroked the long dragon sword, his palm stopped moving, and he stared at the sword. Surprise gradually appeared on his calm face, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Someone finally managed to dig out the long dragon sword. The middle-aged shopkeeper raised his head and looked at Su Yu, then nodded. This treasure is pretty good, and it has great significance. 4,000 merit points. Such an attitude made the inner sanctum's disciples envious and jealous. This lad's luck was really good, as he had found 2 great treasures by himself. However, what startled them, as well as by Shanliang and the others, was that the middle-aged shopkeeper revealed a faint smile and said, take out the other 5 treasures and exchange them together. His words caused Su Yu's whole body to shiver, and he couldn't believe what he had just heard. He hadn't taken out those 5 treasures in order to keep a low profile, yet the middle-aged man in front of him had managed to see through them with a single glance. How did he manage to penetrate the spatial ring? Su Yu couldn't figure it out. However, the inner and outer sanctum's disciples, who were also excavating the 18 linked mountains, were even more shocked than him. There are still 5 more treasures. Gongsun Wuxie widened her eyes and spoke in surprise. She almost bit her tongue. Bai Shanliang and Tian Renyaro were also startled. Bing Wuxin couldn't help but take another look at Su Yu, and she muttered in a low voice, freak. They couldn't understand how Su Yu had managed to find so many treasures. Could it be that he had found a treasure nest just like how he had dug out a mouse's nest? This news also greatly shocked the 5 colored young women. The great treasures excavated by 7 Inner Sanctum's disciples couldn't rival a trifling early-stage fairy realm cultivator. After being startled for a moment, Su Yu took a deep look at the middle-aged shopkeeper and took out the other 5 treasures. 2 of them belonged to the ghost clan, while the other 3 belonged to the human clan. However, what shocked the colorful young woman even more was that all 5 of the treasures were well preserved, and none of them were decayed items that had been used to make up the numbers. How did he manage to do it? This question reverberated in everyone's mind, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. As for the 2 tall youths in her team, their eyes burned even more fiercely. The middle-aged shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but chuckle as he praised Su Yu. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. I have seen people with great luck, but it's my first time seeing someone like you, who managed to find 7 treasures in a single day. Just after that, the middle-aged shopkeeper inspected them one by one, and all of them passed. 2 of the ghost clan's treasures were worth 6,000 merit points, while the human clan's treasures weren't special enough, so they were quite cheap. As such, 3 of them were worth only 500 merit points, so Su Yu's total was 6,500 merit points. In addition to the 7,000 merit points from the first 2 treasures, Su Yu had gotten a total of 13,000 merit points on this day. Such a great amount of merit points made everyone's eyes turn red with jealousy. Isn't this guy's luck too good? The colorful young woman's beautiful eyes looked at Su Yu suspiciously. She was slightly gloomy. The 7 of them had worked hard to excavate the treasures, yet they still couldn't compare to an early-stage fairy realm cultivator. Let's go, and we will continue excavating them tomorrow. The colorful young woman stamped her feet and clenched her teeth. She was prepared to compete with him the next day. After they returned to the camp, the little demoness hugged Su Yu's thigh and looked at him with teary eyes. She then said pitifully, "Brother Yuxian, please pity me and give me some merit points. I already gave my last 10,000 merit points to you in exchange for a quota." Su Yu shook his thigh, but the little demoness was like a plaster that stuck to him tightly. He couldn't shake her off even if he wanted to. The transvestite took advantage of this opportunity to come over and snuggle into Su Yu's bosom. Su Yu's scalp became numb, and he quickly admitted defeat. Fine. If we excavate enough Ghost Clan's treasures tomorrow, I will give you one. Brother Yuxian, thank you. I like you the most. The little demoness chuckled as she stood up. She seemed like a fox that had just stolen a chicken. What about me? The transvestite spoke resentfully. You are even willing to accept a little vixen like Wuxie, yet you still don't care about me, even though I am passionately devoted to you. Su Yu kicked him away angrily and rolled his eyes. Get lost. As for Bai Shanliang, since he had already harvested some treasures today, he didn't feel right asking for more. Only Bing Wuxin looked at Gongsun Wuxie, then at Su Yu. She didn't say anything. She was Su Yu's lover in name, and everyone in the sanctum was aware of this. Now, Su Yu had given Gongsun Wuxie a promise, yet he still didn't care about her. However, Bing Wuxin didn't care about Su Yu's feelings. When everyone quieted down, Su Yu suddenly realized that something was missing. Su Yu raised his brows and asked, "Where is Xueqi? Isn't she in the camp?" It was only when they heard him that the 4 demons realized that she had gone missing. Her goal is different from ours. She came here to investigate the 18 Linked Mountains disappearance case, so she is probably looking for some clues, Tian Renyao said uncertainly. Bai Shanliang's expression became grave. He picked up a handful of dust from the ground and sniffed it. He then said in a deep voice, "An unknown life form came here, and there are poisonous gas left in the soil. It seems like it came from the same source as the corrosive poisonous gas in the air of the 18 Linked Mountains." Everyone's expressions became solemn when they heard him. Xueqi was in danger. The 18 Linked Mountains' mysterious and deadly poisonous creature had come here. It was highly likely that she had suffered a mishap. But what kind of powerful life form could escape the detection of so many divine masters in the manor? What was even more unimaginable was that there weren't any signs of resistance at the scene. There could only be 2 possible explanations for this. Either the attacker was too powerful, and even an early-stage divine master like Xueqi couldn't resist it. Or, the attacker was someone familiar to Xueqi and caught her off guard. Let's split up and look for her. We might still be able to make it, Su Yu suggested. Bing Wuxin looked at Su Yu and asked, "Do you have a deep relationship with her? Since that unknown life form was able to abduct Xueqi, it must be quite powerful. If you run into it alone, you will be in great danger." Her unspoken implication was that Su Yu didn't need to look for her. Su Yu felt disappointed when he turned his head around and looked at her. He then said calmly, "Even if we don't consider that we are from the same faction, she is still my companion. If I can abandon her today, then I can abandon you tomorrow. So, is there any need for such a small team to exist? Isn't it better for everyone to go their own way?" Xueqi wasn't a bad person, and she had even warned Su Yu to be wary of the 2 people from the Shao family's faction in the inner sanctum. So, Su Yu didn't have any reason to abandon her. Bing Wuxin was startled by Su Yu's scolding. There were few people who dared to speak to her like this, and she felt quite displeased. She then snorted coldly and said, "Did I say that I wouldn't go? I just asked you to stay here and not throw your life away. She then took a large step forward, lifted the tent's flap, and left. Bai Shanliang sighed. Junior brother, you misunderstood Wu Xin. Even though she is heartless, she isn't completely unrighteous. Even if you didn't ask her, she would still have gone to look for Xueqi. Misunderstood? Su Yu was quite apologetic. Fine, let's also set off. There is an unknown danger here, and if we don't deal with it clearly, we will face it at any moment, Bai Shanliang said, before he left. Gongsun Wuxie and Tian Renyaro also left. In the end, only Su Yu and Zi Xian were left. Do you need my help? Zi Xian asked. Su Yu nodded. Zi Xian tilted her head and said, fine, but I won't expose my cultivation. There are 2 people with pretty good cultivations in the manor, and they can probably detect me. Su Yu was grateful to her. Just do what you can, and leave the rest to me. After Zi Xian left, Su Yu summoned Sheng Ji. What did you discover? Su Yu asked quickly. Sheng Ji sniffed the surroundings, then said solemnly, Master, I can't be mistaken. It's the Ghost Clan's aura that I detected yesterday. It's quite faint, but I can still detect it. It's definitely him. A Ghost Clan. Su Yu's heart shuddered. It was unexpectedly a Ghost Clan that captured Xueqi. Can you detect his direction? Su Yu asked in a grave voice. Sheng Ji furrowed her brows. It's already been a while, and I'm not sure whether his aura is still there. I can give it a try. Su Yu's heart tightened. Fine, let's quickly chase after him. The direction in which Sheng Ji chased after him was the depths of the 18-linked mountains. Chapter 804. After half an hour, Sheng Ji followed the indistinct aura all the way into the depths of the 18-linked mountains. She stopped several times on the way and almost lost track of the aura. It was only when she reached a mountain that she stopped and said, It's no good. The aura has already disappeared, so I can't continue following it. Su Yu surveyed the surroundings and was surprised to discover that the black mountain in front of him was the one he was responsible for excavating. There isn't even the slightest bit of aura left. Su Yu's heart sank slightly. Sheng Ji nodded. Yes, I can't detect her aura at all. I could still vaguely detect her on the way here, but it seemed like she disappeared suddenly. Su Yu was worried about Xueqi's safety, so he went around the Black Mountain and observed it carefully. However, he still couldn't find any trace of her. He spent most of the night searching for her. When he went back to the camp, the people who were searching for her came back one after another. Xueqi was really in danger. Don't be anxious. Xueqi is an inner sanctum disciple and has a divine master realm cultivation, so she should have some means to protect herself. Even if she was kidnapped, she might not be harmed. We can just inform the manor and ask them to send people to search for her. It's better than looking for a needle in a haystack, Bai Shanliang comforted Su Yu. In fact, everyone knew that this was just a low probability. Since the enemy had managed to kidnap Xueqi quietly, it was obvious that they were more powerful than her. Hence, it was unlikely that she would be able to protect herself. Su Yu forced a smile and said, "We can only hope that she isn't harmed before we find her." All he could do was listen to fate and do his best. If he reported this matter, the elegant spirit manor would be alerted, and even the manor master would be alerted. It wasn't a secret in the elegant spirit mountain that many people went missing in the 18-linked mountains. This was a grave matter, so no one dared to report it. That night, the manor master sent 100 people to search the 18-linked mountains, and he also joined them. At night, the 18-linked mountains were brightly lit, as if it was daytime. They busied themselves for the whole night, but still couldn't find Xueqi. The crowd's expressions were solemn, and they were all anxious. This was especially the case for the Sanctum's members, who had been stationed here for a long time. They were all dispirited, and they didn't have the mood to work. "Sirs, the elegant Spirit Mountain's kneeling gratitude palace has caused mischief, and we have already informed the inner sanctum about it. The sanctum's higher echelons will come here in 2 to 3 days. Moreover, even the palace master will come here to investigate it personally. So, please don't worry. The Red Blood Palace's palace master, Mo Tianxian, is going to come here personally." The dispirited crowd immediately regained their spirits as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Mo Tianxian was a mythical figure in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. Her all-creations cultivation could shake the 18 domains. If she were to take action personally, she would definitely be able to uncover the mastermind. As for Xueqi's disappearance, you can all set your minds at ease. I've already contacted the inner sanctum, and I learned that her life plate is still there, which means that she's still alive and isn't in any life-threatening danger. So, when the palace master comes here, he will surely be able to save her. The manor master informed Su Yu and the others of this piece of good news. Su Yu relaxed slightly. Is he still alive? The life token was a privilege enjoyed by inner sect disciples. As an inner sect disciple, they would become the focus of the sect's protection. Therefore, the sect was very concerned about their life and death. Inner disciples could leave a drop of their blood essence and inject it into a special token, turning it into a life token. If the disciple died, the life tablet would sense it and shatter. If he was safe and sound, it meant that the disciple was still alive. Upon learning that Xueqi was still alive, Su Yu heaved a long sigh of relief. Now, he just had to wait for the palace master to deal with the 18 linked mountains ghosts. Thus, everyone returned to work and continued to excavate the Black Mountain. Su Yu also joined them. A third of the Black Mountain had already been excavated, and after a whole day of excavation, only a third of it was left. Such an exaggerated excavation speed was quite shocking. After a whole day of excavation, Su Yu had gotten 5 Ghost Clans items and 6 Human Clans items. He estimated that he could exchange them for 16,000 merit points. If he finished excavating it the next day, he would get another 16,000 merit points. This way, 100,000 merit points would be more than enough to exchange for the 9 Suns Cosmos Sword formation. Splutter. Sheng Ji's face was filled with delight as she came out of the mud. Her body's aura had become slightly stronger, and she wasn't far from the level 3 fairy realm. In fact, she would surely be able to advance into the level 3 fairy realm easily after tomorrow. It seems like you also got a great harvest, Su Yu said slowly as he examined her. Sheng Ji's heart shuddered, and she hurriedly lowered her head as she replied obediently, "It was all bestowed upon me by my master." She had been suppressed by Su Yu for too long, and fear of him had already taken root in her heart. It was a fear that came from the bottom of her heart, and it was difficult for her to even think of betraying him. "Okay, did you discover anything about the last third of it?" Su Yu asked. Her perception of the Ghost Clan's aura was limited by distance, and the closer she was to it, the clearer she could sense it. Now that they had almost reached the bottom of the mountain, Su Yu really wanted to know whether there were any treasures hidden there. Sheng Ji asked in confusion, "Master, the Ghost Clan's aura I sensed didn't change much compared to yesterday. There were still around 10 Ghost Clan's aura fluctuations, but the bottom of the mountain seemed somewhat strange." Su Yu raised his brows. "Strange? How so?" Sheng Ji replied, "Yesterday, we were too far away, so I couldn't sense it. It was only now that I discovered that there was a hidden space at the bottom of the mountain, and the ghost energy fluctuations within it were quite intense. Could it be a powerful Ghost Clan's magical treasure, which was suppressed at the bottom of the mountain?" Su Yu's eyes lit up. "You should rest for a while, then continue absorbing it. I'll see whether I can make a narrow passage and enter it." Since he had continuously excavated a large number of magical treasures, people would surely suspect him. So, he believed that many people would come to the bottom of the mountain to investigate it. If he entered the bottom of the mountain first, he would miss a precious opportunity. Sheng Ji was also quite interested in the secret space at the bottom of the mountain. "Fine, I will try to absorb a part of the blood essence and soften the soil." After half a cup of tea's time had passed, Sheng Ji drilled into the ground. This time, she didn't need to absorb the rest of the ghost blood in the mountain. She just needed to soften a passage that was wide enough for a person to pass through. After 4 hours had passed, the sky had already turned dark. With Sheng Ji's help, Su Yu had managed to make a passage that led to the bottom of the mountain. Su Yu cautiously drilled into the ground. When he reached the bottom of the mountain, he discovered that there was a natural cave at the bottom of the Black Mountain. The cave was quite spacious, and it had many pitch-black passages that were intertwined with each other. This made the cave's terrain even more complicated, and it was impossible to tell which direction to go. Is there such a place at the bottom of the Black Mountain? Su Yu was startled by this. Judging from its size, it seemed like the entire 18 linked mountains was a labyrinth-like cave. If an ordinary person entered this place, they would most likely have to proceed cautiously. But Su Yu had his soul eyes, so he wasn't afraid of anything. Su Yu's eyes flickered with a white radiance, and the whole cave became transparent in his eyes. In an instant, the whole cave was clearly visible to him. Su Yu swept his surroundings with his gaze and discovered that there weren't any living beings in the cave. It seemed like a natural cave that had existed for many years. Suddenly, Su Yu's pupils contracted. He discovered that there was a giant stone gate in front of him, which he couldn't penetrate. Even his soul power was isolated from it. This meant that the giant gate's construction was no small matter. Moreover, the person who had built it was obviously also an extraordinary person. Su Yu's heart shuddered slightly, and he muttered to himself irresolutely for a moment before he walked toward the stone gate. With his transparent eyes, he wouldn't lose his way, no matter how complicated the passage was. After walking for an hour, Su Yu finally reached the stone gate. That's right. The powerful ghost energy fluctuations that I felt came from the stone gate. Sheng Ji's eyes shone brightly. She was quite excited. Su Yu stroked his chin as he examined the stone gate. The stone gate was 300 meters tall, and it was made of a pitch-black material. It gave off a cold and gloomy feeling. Su Yu could still feel the ghost clan's aura, which was slowly emanating from it. This was a natural cave, so why would a man-made stone gate appear here? Su Yu, who was filled with doubts, walked forward and observed it carefully. He discovered that the stone gate wasn't tightly closed, and he could faintly see a small crack. It seemed like it had just been opened by someone. Su Yu's heart thumped, and he looked through the crack to see what was inside. When he saw what was inside, his heart shuddered. He had unexpectedly seen Xueqi, who had gone missing. Xueqi was imprisoned in a blood-red light sphere, which had many tentacles stretching out of it. They were trying to crawl onto Xueqi's body. However, a yellow pearl was hanging on Xueqi's neck, and it emitted yellow waves that blocked the tentacles. Xueqi's eyes were closed tightly, and she furrowed her brows. It seemed like she was struggling strenuously. Su Yu also discovered a large pile of white bones next to Xueqi. Judging from the color of the white bones, they had all died not long ago. The oldest one had died not more than half a year ago, while the newest one had died several days ago. Su Yu's whole body shuddered as he thought about how many people had gone missing in the 18 linked mountains in the past half a year. Could it be that the evil ghost that was causing mischief was inside the stone gate? An indescribable sense of crisis welled up in his heart. Su Yu's gaze quickly swept the surroundings and observed the layout of the gate. It was only after he observed it carefully that he discovered that the gate's structure was similar to an altar. It was surrounded by a sunken pond, and there was a giant platform in the center, which had a flight of stairs carved on it. The platform's surroundings were also carved with mysterious symbols. They were twisted and strange, and they didn't seem like human language. Su Yu recognized them with just a single glance, and his heart shuddered slightly. Ghost Clan's language. Those twisted symbols were the Ghost Clan's language, as Yunyazi had also studied them in his research. The illusionary spirit departed soul formation. Su Yu recognized the Ghost Clan's language, and it seemed like it was a secret technique related to souls. The stone platform was probably the altar that used this formation. This altar was quite old, at least 100 years old. Ghost energy was surging around it, and a chilly wind was blowing. Su Yu's pupils contracted when he saw a person lying at the center of the altar, amidst the surging ghost energy. Su Yu couldn't see the person's face clearly, but the powerful aura he emitted made his expression become grave. This aura was extremely powerful, and it was at least at the middle stage Divine Master realm. Chapter 805. Su Yu's heart thumped. The Ghost Clan, which had been exterminated 100 years ago, was going to be reborn? After Su Yu ascertained that it was a late-stage Divine Master, he didn't hesitate any longer. He held his breath and retreated slowly. As Suyu looked at the trapped Xueqi, he clenched his teeth. He wasn't a match for a middle-stage divine master, and if he rushed over now, he wouldn't be able to save anyone. He left quietly and crawled out of the underground cave. A gust of wind blew past, and Suyu felt a chill on his forehead. Only then did he realize that his forehead was full of cold sweat. It was really unexpected that the ferocious creature that had caused the 18 linked mountains to disappear many times in the past half a year was actually in this cave at the foot of the mountain. He had to inform the manor as soon as possible and let them come and deal with it. When he returned to the tent, Bing Wuxin and the others had already returned. "What took you so long? What happened?" Bai Shanliang, who was walking over, suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked at Suyu and said, "Wait. You have a faint poisonous aura on your body. Did you run into the creature that kidnapped Xueqi?" Hearing this, the people in the tent stood up abruptly and stared at Suyu. Suyu nodded solemnly. "Let's talk about this later. Now, you should go and report to the manor master that I found Xueqi's whereabouts." Everyone's expressions turned grave. Looking at Suyu's expression, it seemed like he had discovered something grave. "Junior brother, there is no need to go. The manor lord has already left the manor to welcome the palace lord and the others. Right now, there are only a few elders in the manor." Bai Shanliang shook his head. "Leave at the critical moment." Suyu's heart sank slightly, and as he looked around, he furrowed his brows and asked, "Where is Zixian?" She didn't reply either. "Ha!" He came back, but immediately left, as if he was running away from something. Bai Shanliang looked at Suyu. His intuition told him that Zixian was different from ordinary people, and it wasn't as simple as just having an ambiguous relationship with Suyu. Gone. Suyu was surprised. Why did she suddenly leave without any reason? Could it be that it sensed some danger? But, without anyone's help, how could he save Xueqi? If he were alone, he probably wouldn't even be able to make a single move before that resurrected mid-stage divine master ghost was obliterated. "Junior brother, tell us about Xueqi's situation first. We can look for the elders and the 7 inner sanctum disciples to help," Bai Shanliang said. "You." Suyu thought about it for a moment, then secretly shook his head. In front of someone at the middle stage, the 4 of them would be annihilated without a doubt. Only the elders in the villa might be able to help. All of a sudden, Suyu's eyes lit up. "I have an idea. Leave this matter to me alone. You can inform the elders of the manor later." The 4 demons looked at each other in dismay. They were all baffled. What is Suyu planning? However, they still followed Suyu's agreement, which was to bide their time and inform the elders of the manor later. Before long, Suyu quietly returned to the Black Mountain. Suyu sat cross-legged on the mountain as he looked at the curtain of night that had fallen. He counted his gains for the day. Those who did not know what was going on would think that Suyu had just finished his work. After a while, a group of people deliberately flew over to this mountain. 7 figures, who else could it be other than inner sanctum disciples? Suyu's performance the day before had piqued their curiosity. Hence, they naturally wanted to come and see what Suyu had gained today. "Junior brother, are you finally resting?" A soft and pleasant voice drifted over, and when Suyu raised his head to look at it, he saw that it was the multicolored young woman, senior sister Jiyu. Her beautiful eyes were staring at the large number of magical treasures in front of Suyu. Suyu quickly collected his gains, stood up, and cupped his fists at them. "Senior sister Jiyu, senior brothers." The 6 inner sanctum disciples behind Jiyu looked at the small mountain beneath Suyu's feet, which had been excavated to the point that only a third of it was left. Even though they were almighty divine masters, their excavation speed was still slower than this fairy realm cultivator. This surprised them greatly. Of course, among the 6 of them, there were 2 hidden gazes filled with greed. "Junior brother, you are really skilled. You managed to flatten 60% of it in 2 days. It's no wonder that you have such a great harvest." Jiyu bit her rosy lips. She was both surprised and envious. Suyu replied modestly, "I was just lucky. It seems like this mountain wasn't as hard as I had imagined, so I managed to excavate it quite smoothly." They had come here a day earlier than Suyu and the others, and they had explored all 18 mountains. Although some of the mountain peaks were quite soft, they were definitely not the one beneath Suyu's feet. "Junior brother, you are too modest. If you have an opportunity to come to the inner sanctum in the future, you can look for me to discuss the martial path with me." Jiu wanted to say something, but she hesitated. After all, they only had 3 days to excavate the mountain, and today was the last day. So, they would have to return to the inner sanctum the next day. Her harvest couldn't be considered small, but it was still a far cry from Suyu's. She really wanted to ask Suyu what kind of secret technique he had, so that she could give it a try in the future. But, it was a pity that she wasn't familiar with Suyu, and if she asked him rashly, she wouldn't get any answers. In her opinion, since he had managed to get the Outer Sanctum's exams first place and had managed to reach the carp leaping over Dragon Gate's 50th layer, his potential was extraordinary, and he had a high chance of entering the Inner Sanctum. Suyu revealed a faint smile and said, "Senior sister, you must be joking. I have just joined the Sanctum, and I'm still far from reaching the Inner Sanctum. I believe in you, junior brother." Jiu revealed a sweet smile. She was as beautiful as a roadside canna. "It's already dark, so why don't you go back with us? This mountain isn't very peaceful." Suyu replied, "Senior sister, many thanks for your concern, but I still have some matters to take care of. Senior sister, you should leave first. Since that's the case, you should be careful and go back quickly," Jiu instructed him before she led the others away. As Suyu looked at their departing gazes, a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Whether I can save Xueqi or not will depend on you." Suyu stomped on the ground, revealing the hole that he had concealed. He then quickly entered the underground cave. On the mountain peak, there was no one, only the whistling wind. Swish swish, right at this moment, 2 figures silently appeared at the top of the mountain like ghosts. One of them had dark skin with a hint of purplish gold. His eyes shone brightly like a pair of torches in the darkness. The other carried a black and white sword on his back and stood ramrod straight. His eyes were as sharp as swords, and his entire body gave off a sharp feeling. "Hihi, that brat sure slipped away quickly. In the blink of an eye, he's gone. Could it be that he knows that we're going to harm him?" The dark-skinned young man looked around and sneered. The young man with the black and white swords on his back didn't say anything. He scanned the area with his eyes, and suddenly, he felt a strange movement in the mountain below him. He took a closer look and saw a half-hidden cave entrance hidden in the night. "Brother Wen, look, there's a tunnel here." The dark-skinned young man had also noticed the cave's existence, so he swept his leg and removed the stones that were covering it, revealing the cave entrance. The dark-skinned young man squatted down and touched the cave entrance. He then revealed a cold smile and said, "His aura is still lingering around the cave entrance and inside it. It seems like he entered the tunnel. It's no wonder that he didn't want to follow us back to the camp. It's because he discovered the underground tunnel and wanted to look for treasures by himself." The dark-skinned young man curled his lips into a mocking smile and said, "I can't help but say that he's really a cunning lad." The young man with the black and white swords on his back wore a calm expression as he said, "The 18 linked mountains are the strangest region of the elegant Spirit Mountain, and the tunnel that appeared here is quite extraordinary. So, we mustn't be careless. It's safest for us to wait for him at the cave entrance. Brother Wen, in my opinion, this cave didn't just open, so that lad must have already gone down there. If there's any danger, why would he dare to enter it again?" The dark-skinned young man was slightly anxious. He then added, "This lad doesn't seem like a stupid person. Once he discovers that we are guarding the cave entrance, he will surely hide underground and not come out. Moreover, we must leave the elegant Spirit Mountain by tomorrow morning at the latest. We don't have time to waste with this lad. Moreover," the dark-skinned young man licked his lips and said, "Brother Wen, don't you want to go down there to try your luck? Since this cave entrance has already been opened, it will surely be taken over by the manor tomorrow, so it will be impossible for us to go down there." His last words touched the heart of the dual swords youth. The path of martial arts was extremely difficult, and a fortuitous encounter could change one's entire life. As such, whether one could grasp it or not depended on whether one was willing to take risks or not. As such, it was quite possible that a fortuitous encounter was hidden beneath the ruins of the great battle between humans and ghosts 100 years ago. As his gaze flickered, the dual swords youth didn't manage to resist the temptation in his heart, so he nodded and jumped into the tunnel along with the dark-skinned young man. Let's follow this lad's aura. The dual swords youth closed his eyes for a moment before he opened them once again. His eyes shone with a bright light, and they could faintly see some traces that couldn't be discerned by the naked eye. It was the aura left behind by Su Yu. The two of them moved like a gust of wind, moving through the complicated tunnel without leaving any traces behind. After half a cup of tea's time had passed, they came to a stop in front of a giant stone gate. Brother Wen, why is there a man-made stone gate here? The dark-skinned young man furrowed his brows as he looked at the black stone gate. He had a bad premonition. The dual swords youth's heart also sank. We might have been tricked, as I can feel a terrifying aura from within the stone gate. They had finally realized that it was Su Yu who had lured them here. But, where is immortal Su Yu? It's impossible for a living person like him to just disappear into thin air. The dark-skinned young man surveyed his surroundings in surprise. At this moment, a red mist pervaded the vicinity of the stone gate, and an old man stepped out of it. It was none other than Su Yu. However, compared to Su Yu's eyes were too clear, like a child's eyes, which didn't match his current age. Su Yu. The dark-skinned young man shouted in a low voice. Both of them were afraid of the inner sanctum's dangers, so they didn't consider Su Yu's abnormality. Hee. Su Yu chuckled like a young girl, then turned into a pink mist once again and disappeared from his former place. A bolt of lightning flickered at the tunnel's exit, and Su Yu walked out of it. At this moment, Su Yu had recovered his youthful appearance. He had long white hair, a youthful face that was as handsome as a celestial being, and a pair of deep eyes. He seemed like a celestial being who had come out of an ancient painting. Su Yu wore a faint smile as he said, judging by the time, they should have already reached the stone gate. Hee, I will have to trouble you to help me block that ghost. As Su Yu spoke, he used his transparent eye in his left eye, while his right eye was the wine-red spatial eye. His left eye penetrated the cave and went straight to the stone gate, then entered it through a crack that he had discovered previously. At the same time, his right eye's powerful spatial power instantly entered the gate and engulfed Xue Qi, along with the blood-red sphere. Chapter 806. Inside the door, Xue Qi, who was bound by the blood-red sphere, was resisting its devouring with great difficulty. Suddenly, she felt a powerful spatial power envelop her, which startled her. She didn't allow her to resist, as the spatial power enveloped her and teleported her away. The black corpse lying on the altar, which was engulfed by ghostly energy, immediately detected the change. Roar. As an inhuman roar echoed out, the black corpse stood up straight, while its yellow pupils shone with a bright light. In an instant, the space started shaking, while the pitch-black stone door trembled unceasingly. An enormous aura surged out from the altar in all directions like a tsunami. The two people outside the door felt like they were facing a volcano eruption, and the feeling that their lives were beyond their control filled their hearts. Even though they were early-stage divine masters, they were still as weak as ants in front of such an aura. A middle-stage divine master. The dark-skinned youth's pupils contracted as he cried out involuntarily. He then turned around and fled without uttering another word. The dual swords youth was one step ahead of him, and his expression became extremely gloomy, while his killing intent was shocking. Damned be ***. We were tricked by that lad. Swoosh. Since they were facing a middle-stage divine master, they didn't hold back at all, and they immediately used their treasured escape techniques. They had spent half a cup of tea's time to come here, but it had only taken them 10 breaths' time to return to the tunnel. They didn't hesitate to rush into the tunnel, as they planned to escape from the underground cave. However, when they entered the tunnel, they discovered that the entrance was blocked by someone else. It was a half-blue, half-yellow sphere, which was blocking the tunnel's entrance, preventing them from entering or leaving. Damned be ***. You dared to trick us. The dark-skinned youth became restless, and as he roared repeatedly, he thrust his palm toward the object blocking the tunnel. Bang! However, when he thrust his fist at it, he didn't manage to break the object blocking the tunnel. Instead, his arm was shaken to the point that it hurt. Break open the tunnel, as we must rush out. Otherwise, If the middle stage divine master behind us chases us, we will surely die. The dual swords youth's brows twitched, while killing intent welled up in his heart. He had wanted to chase after Su Yu, yet he ended up being locked in the underground cave. What was worse was that the terrifying middle stage divine master ghost was also locked here, and it was an infuriated ghost. Clang, the young man unsheathed his swords and swept them across the edge of the hole, creating a 5 feet deep dent. In less than 10 strikes, he would be able to dig out a tunnel from the side. How could the dark-skinned youth dare to bring it along? His skin gradually turned purplish-black, especially his fists, which were purplish-black. He looked very strange. "Ha! Open!" The dark-skinned youth roared and fiercely struck the stone wall. More than half of the stone wall that was already half a jong long was blasted away. With the two of them working together, they didn't even need 3 rounds to successfully escape. "Brother Wen, let's keep it up." The dark-skinned youth punched out once more. However, Brother Wen behind him did not continue to slash with his sword. The dark-skinned youth lowered his head and looked down. Brother Wen, who was just under his feet, had actually disappeared without a trace. "Brother Wen." The dark-skinned youth's expression changed, and he hurriedly descended. Just as he entered the cave through the tunnel, he caught a glimpse of a figure behind him. The dark youth couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, and then he turned around and said, "Brother Wen, why didn't you tell me that you were coming down? What happened?" "Ah, you, what are you?" The moment he turned around, his voice stopped abruptly. The figure that had appeared behind him wasn't Brother Wen, but a ferocious-looking ghost wrapped in a long black robe. Its tattered black robe emitted thick ghost energy, and its long black hair draped over its shoulders. It had a frightening face. Its skin was pale green, and its eyes were deeply sunken. 2 dim yellow ghost flames danced in the depths of its pupils. Its nostrils were rotten, and 2 sharp fangs grew out of its mouth. At this moment, the ghost was staring at the dark-skinned youth, and a chilly wind came from its mouth. "Fine, I saved 1 divine master, and now there are 2. Swish, the ghost instantly disappeared. The dark-skinned youth was overwhelmed with shock. His entire body turned purplish-black, and it seemed extremely tough. However, he didn't notice that behind him, there was a huge black ghost silhouette that was sticking closely to him. It was as silent as a shadow. It opened its mouth, which was filled with sharp fangs, and bit down on his neck. "Ah!" A shrill scream echoed in the spacious cave. The dark-skinned youth quickly shriveled like a bag of skin. In just 3 breaths' time, all that was left of him was a bag of skin. His flesh, blood, and bones had all been sucked away, and nothing was left. The ghost licked its lips and chuckled. "The taste isn't bad, but I haven't had enough." With a ferocious smile, the ghost looked at the empty stone crack in front of it and grabbed at it from a distance. Bang! The huge stone was suddenly crushed into pieces. Swoosh! A figure dashed out from the crushed stone. It was the youth with 2 swords who had mysteriously disappeared just now. In fact, he had sensed the ghost's arrival in advance, so he had hidden himself. He had thought that the ghost wouldn't notice him, but he hadn't expected it to be so sharp. He had seen with his own eyes that his junior brother had been sucked into a bag of skin. Its cruelty and terror made the youth's scalp go numb, and he fled for his life. He gritted his teeth and chose to rush into the tunnel to fight one last time. Otherwise, the underground cave would be sealed, and he would be like a sheep trapped with a tiger. He wouldn't be able to escape. After rushing to the top of the cave, the youth held his swords in his hands and waved them crazily as he shouted angrily, "Little B****, move the cave's entrance away." Su Yu was standing on the pearl when a pink fog flickered beside him, and a figure that looked exactly like Su Yu appeared. He grinned, and his body dissipated, leaving behind a pink creature that was as big as a puppy. It was none other than the small Kailin. It was proficient in shape-shifting magical abilities, so it had disguised itself as Su Yu and lured them to the stone door. Then, it had used its shape-shifting ability to easily pass through the Black Mountain and return to Su Yu's side. Everything had gone according to plan. When he heard the urgent curses and shouts coming from below, Su Yu curled up the corners of his mouth and said, "Senior brother, isn't it nice down there? The scenery is pleasant, and the environment is beautiful. You can take a walk here, and you can even pick up some treasures from time to time. Even if you wanted to go down there, you wouldn't be able to do so. The youth with two swords was infuriated. Suyu, let me out immediately. Otherwise, I swear that I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Suyu laughed mockingly. Oh, why do I feel like I will be hunted down if I let you out? If you stay down there forever, then no one will hunt me down. Fine. Suyu, as long as you let me out, I won't make things difficult for you. The youth with two swords swore, but his eyes were filled with hatred. He wouldn't make things difficult for Suyu, but he would definitely kill him. Suyu shrugged his shoulders. Senior brother, you should just stay down there peacefully. When the youth with two swords was about to curse him, a chilly wind that carried a hint of blood suddenly assaulted his neck. His face turned deathly pale. However, unlike the dark-skinned youth, the youth with two swords was extremely decisive. He held the black and white swords in his hands against his neck, and with a turn of his body, his head was cut off. He had obviously chosen to commit suicide. His body was quickly destroyed, but a transparent phantom image, which couldn't be seen by the naked eye, floated out of the headless corpse. It was able to easily pass through the physical layer and escape from the tunnel. His soul had left his body, which was a technique of an almighty divine master. It could be considered as a cicada escaping from its shell. The destruction of one's body meant that one's martial path would be crippled, and one would need to find a new body to cultivate from scratch. Such a hatred could be described as a blood feud. As the youth with two swords glared at Suyu resentfully, he roared repeatedly, Suyu, just wait for me. Souls couldn't be sensed by the naked eye, and their voices couldn't be heard. However, the youth with two swords' body shuddered when he heard Suyu's reply. Is that so? Suyu tilted his head and wore a faint smile as he looked at the soul body in front of him. The youth with two swords asked solemnly, Can you see me? Suyu revealed a faint smile. Not only can I see you, but I can also send you to a certain place. After he spoke, Suyu's eyes became like whirlpools, which emitted an irresistible power. The youth with two swords' soul was instantly engulfed by them, and he fell into Suyu's soul space. In the 18th layer of hell, a boundless dark space stretched as far as the eye could see, and it was so boundless that it made people panic. Where is this place? The youth with two swords' soul was extremely restless. It was at this moment that an aged voice transmitted from the darkness. Ha, that lad still kept his promise, as he managed to get a divine master's soul so quickly. A drop of blood came out of it. The youth with two swords was quite cautious. Who are you? The drop of blood laughed and replied, You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that I need to borrow you for a while. After it spoke, it didn't give the youth with two swords a chance to respond, and it entered the space between his brows and devoured his soul. The drop of blood became slightly more complete, and it was now more plump than before. At this moment, Suyu's voice transmitted from the dark space, I have fulfilled my promise. In the past, when they had fought the Blood Emperor in the Zhenlong world, Suyu had been forced to use the drop of blood's evil ghost power to absorb all living beings' power for his own use. Now, he had fulfilled his promise. Lad, do you still want to make another deal? The drop of blood chuckled. Suyu raised his brows. A deal? It's still not time to use the evil ghost power, so it's still too early to talk about a deal. However, the drop of blood chuckled and said, Don't take it so seriously. Let's just talk about life and reason. Isn't it good to talk about the future? The corners of Suyu's mouth twitched. There's something happening in the outside world, so I don't have time to chat. What a boring kid. The drop of blood murmured and said with a faint smile, The deal this deity emperor wants to discuss is this deity emperor's secret technique, the evil dragon divine body. I believe you will be interested. Suyu replied without hesitation, I've already studied the dragon clan's words thoroughly. Even without your help, I can still translate this scripture clearly. This divine emperor risked his life to obtain the dragon race's holy scripture. Is it something that can be cultivated just by translating it? I'm sure you've used the first dragon physique that I've modified on many occasions. How's the effect? The drop of blood asked in a profound voice. Suyu pondered for a moment before replying, He's strong, but not as strong as I imagined. The initial first dragon's body had raised his fleshly body from the state of a half-fairy to the state of a fairy. But now, the enhancement effect was mediocre, and it could only increase his physical strength by 1 level. It was far from enough to be called the first dragon body. To his surprise, the droplet of blood chuckled. Of course. Even the first dragon body is divided into different grades. You're just a one-lineage dragon body of the lowest grade. Of course you're mediocre. Suyu was surprised. Dragon body of 1 vein? The evil dragon divine body doesn't say that. Ha! Do you think that the dragon race is so stupid that they would write all of its contents in the scripture? Some of its crucial details are known as the dragon language inheritance, and they're passed down orally from generation to generation. So, how could you possibly know about them? The droplet of blood asked complacently. Suyu's eyes lit up. Does this mean that you know something about them? The droplet of blood stuck out its chest. Do you still need to ask me? I'm a divine emperor, and I can kill gods and kill fairies. So, a trifling dragon race dares to hide it from me? Suyu was still skeptical. I'll believe you this time. What do you need, and what can you give me? The Blood Emperor revealed a crafty smile. As long as you can get me a divine master's soul every month, I'll find a way to help you modify your body. But, the prerequisite is that you have enough real spirit dragon veins. In the end, after I modify you into a 5 dragon body, your fleshly body will become a divine master. A divine master's fleshly body? Suyu's heart palpitated with excitement. A divine master's power was unfathomable, and even though Suyu had many treasures, he still didn't dare to face a divine master rashly. If he was even slightly careless, he might be killed by a divine master before he could even use any techniques. If he could create a divine master's fleshly body, then it would be much safer for him. Fine, it's a deal, Suyu agreed. Now, he just needed to look for the real spirit dragon veins. As for how to find them, Suyu already had a plan. After his soul returned to his body, Suyu opened his eyes. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and soared into the sky. At the same time, he took back the underworld pearl. At the same time, he quickly flew toward the manor. However, just as he was about to move, a ghost-like black blur appeared out of nowhere and easily reached Suyu's back. The black blur then let out a creepy, cold laugh. It's you who saved my food, isn't it? Chapter 807. However, Suyu seemed to have been prepared for this. His whole body was filled with lightning, and he turned into a thunder shadow and escaped. In an instant, he traveled tens of thousands of li, arriving at the edge of the ring. He could vaguely make out tents and villas. However, right at that moment, a fishy wind assaulted him, and a wisp of sharp, cold air headed straight for Suyu's heart. Suyu didn't need to turn his head to know that it was the middle-stage divine master ghost that was chasing after him. After all, a middle-stage divine master's speed wasn't something a fairy could rival. Suyu could sense the frightening power contained within the piercing cold air. It was not something that he could withstand with his current strength. Suyu's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the manor, and he no longer retreated. Instead, he threw out a blue and yellow ball from his sleeves. From the size of an eyeball, the ball rapidly grew to the size of 5 feet and ruthlessly smashed behind the other party. Poochie, with a muffled sound, the cold wind that assaulted his back was forcefully extinguished. Hey! You have such a magic treasure. The ghost spoke in the human language and was shocked. His previous strike was powerful enough to kill 10 fairy realm experts like Suyu. Suyu sucked in the air, and the underworld pearl returned to his palm. At the same time, he shook his sleeves, and a silk thread, which even the divine masters couldn't detect, flew out. The spectre's senses were extremely sharp. Even though it was unable to detect the existence of the threads, it instinctively sensed danger. Black mist flashed around its body, condensing into a pair of wings on its back. With a flap of those wings, it teleported itself 1,000 feet away. Just as he was about to leave, a crack appeared in the void where he had been standing. Jojo's spatial fissures were terrifyingly powerful, and even the power of all creations couldn't easily shatter them. Hence, Suyu's strike had greatly frightened the ghost. Who are you? Elegant Spirit Mountain doesn't have someone like you. The ghost said seriously, feeling quite shocked. Su Yu understood the hidden meaning behind his words, and he wondered, is this ghost familiar with the elegant Spirit Mountain's people and objects? It seemed like what Sheng Ji had said wasn't false, and this ghost had really been hiding in the elegant Spirit Manor all along. This was why it had managed to recognize Su Yu, who had returned to his youth's body, and had never appeared in the elegant Spirit Manor. There's no need to know. Su Yu's gaze turned serious, and he flicked his fingers continuously. The silk threads, which were hard to be seen by the naked eye, were like whips in his hands, and he waved them freely. The ghost's expression darkened slightly. It dodged one dangerous attack after another. Puff, in a moment of carelessness, the ghost's sleeve was cut off. This action startled the ghost. Fear welled up in the ghost's heart, and as he looked at the elegant Spirit Manor's disturbance, he looked at the thorny Su Yu. He could only clench his teeth and give up. Lad, we aren't finished yet. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and fled. Swish swish at the same time, powerful Divine Master auras gushed out from the elegant Spirit Mountain Manor. 5 Divine Master Elders soared into the sky and rushed toward this place. The 4 fiendish demons also came with him. However, it was very likely that they were a step too late and would not be able to catch up to the ghost. From afar, the ghost turned around coldly and stared at Su Yu. Hurry up. I will find you soon. Su Yu curled up the corners of his mouth. Why wait for the future? I will give you a chance now. As he spoke, Su Yu's right eye emitted a burgundy radiance. A wave of space energy instantly locked onto the ghost in the faraway horizon and quickly enveloped it. Wait, what are you doing? The ghostly being's expression changed dramatically. Thinking back to the female disciple he had captured and how she had been taken away in the same way, his expression changed dramatically. He wanted to struggle, but it was too late. Space rippled, and when he appeared once again, he was in the sky above the elegant Spirit Mountain Manor. What infuriated him even more was that he had unexpectedly been teleported to the center of a group of Divine Master Elders. Su Yu's control of space energy had become more refined and skillful, so it wasn't difficult for him to achieve such a feat as for the ghost. Su Yu had just pushed him into the center of a wolf's den. Even the elegant Spirit Mountain Manor's people were startled, and they all looked at the ghost in confusion. After a long while, they came back to their senses, and shock appeared on their faces as they attacked him. Even though the ghost possessed great abilities, how could he face the joint power of 5 Divine Master Elders? This was especially the case since there was a middle-stage Divine Master Elder among them. Ah! As the ghost screamed miserably, he was bombarded by the attack, and he spouted a mouthful of black snow. As for the 5 elders, they were overjoyed. After all, a middle-stage Divine Master Elder ghost was quite difficult to deal with. Who would have expected that he would end up in their midst? Su Yu flew over quickly, while holding the blue sphere in one hand and the silk thread in the other. He revealed a faint smile and said, "TSK, TSK, I really admire you. You actually volunteered to become a punching bag for the elegant Spirit Mountain's old men. What a respectable professionalism. I really admire you." The ghost was so infuriated that he started cursing. It was clearly Su Yu who had teleported him to the center of a group of Divine Masters and turned him into a meat pie, yet Su Yu was still making sarcastic remark. "I will tear you apart." The ghost bared his fangs and roared loudly. He then pushed aside the 2 Divine Masters in front of him and charged at Su Yu. However, just as he was about to break through the encirclement, a chain wrapped around his back. When he turned his head around, he saw that it was an old man with white hair and a rusty face. The old man threw a rusty chain from his sleeves and bound his legs. This chain was quite special, as it didn't just bind his body, it also suppressed his ghostly energy. This was especially the case since the old man's cultivation was quite outstanding. He was at the middle stage Divine Master realm, just like the ghost. "Humph. You have stirred up trouble for many days in the past half a year, and now, you have finally shown yourself. Accept your punishment." The old man shook his wrist, and the ghost was sent flying away like a stone. He crashed into the mountain below him and shattered it. The whole elegant Spirit Mountain trembled slightly. At the same time, the 5 elders quickly formed a formation and surrounded the ghost, then used their magical powers to bombard it. The ghost roared unceasingly as it was bombarded by the smoke. Its life force was shockingly strong, and it was still alive even after being besieged by so many people. "Ah, none of you should even dream about living." It seemed like the ghost was thoroughly infuriated, and a powerful airflow emanated from the smoke. It blew away the smoke and revealed the ghost's body, which was covered in wounds. When Su Yu fixed his gaze on it, he discovered that it was a tall and sturdy monster. Its abdomen was broad, its chest was sturdy, and its limbs were thick and powerful. At first glance, it seemed like an ape-man, but its malevolent face would make anyone shudder with fear. Even though its body was riddled with scars, none of them were fatal. Ghost howl, wind from an empty cave. The ghost opened its mouth and spouted a black airflow, which turned into a strong wind that engulfed the surroundings. The strong wind contained an intense yin evil power, and it could invade anything. An old woman in the early stage of the Divine Master realm, who was swept by the wind, groaned miserably. Blood flowed from her ears and nose, and her whole body trembled violently. After that, the other people who were swept by the wind suffered the same fate. The old man's face turned grave. "Activate your divine seal. This is yin wind, and it can pollute your vital energy. Only the divine seal can block this wind." A magical seal the size of a fist appeared above the heads of the 5 elders at the same time. It looked like a seal, but different words were carved on it. The magical seal emitted a gentle radiance that enveloped the 5 people. Only then did the 5 elders' expressions ease. However, the ghost revealed a mocking smile. "You want to block me with just a trifling divine seal?" Ghost howl, second style, pervasive penetration. The rotating airflow suddenly turned into steel needles that were even smaller than paws, and they pierced toward the 5 elders. The radiance emitted by the divine seal resisted for a moment, but it was soon shattered. "Ah!" Several miserable screams echoed as the 4 early-stage divine masters were pierced by the steel needles. The vital energy in their bodies was being polluted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their vital energy was rapidly weakening. Ghost howl, third style, pursuing shadow. The ghost let out a hideous laugh, and the steel needles that filled the sky retracted, then turned into ghostly shadows that charged toward the old man. Puff. In the end, even the middle-stage Divine Master Realm old man couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. In just 10 breaths, the 5 elders were all at a disadvantage. Chapter 808. Old thing, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Since you are in my way, don't blame me for being merciless and using you as my food, the ghost shouted coldly as it tried to grab the nearest elder with its claws. However, at that moment, a mocking voice transmitted from the sky. "You are interested in the blood of a bunch of old fellows? It seems like you are really hungry. Why don't you try the blood of your own death?" The ghost raised its head, its blood-red eyes filled with killing intent. Its body flickered as it turned into an afterimage and tried to tear Su Yu apart. However, at that moment, Su Yu's left eye emitted a mysterious purple light, and a purple dragon flew out of it and coiled around it. What shocked the ghost even more was that its body couldn't budge at all, as if it had been frozen in time. In the eyes of the 5 elders, the ghost seemed to have slowed down by several folds. Su Yu's eyes flickered as he threw the underworld pearl in his left hand. The extremely heavy underworld pearl pressed down on the ghost's body, causing it to fall on the ground. Rumble. Su Yu had used his whole power in this strike, so it was extremely powerful. When it fell on the ground, a 10-meter deep crater was created, and it continued to sink deeper into the ground. It was only after it had created a 300-meter deep crater and caused the ground to collapse that it finally stopped. After all, this was an ancient battlefield, and the hardness of many places wasn't any weaker than the 18-linked mountains. 3 breaths had passed. The ghost let out a miserable shriek as its whole body was crushed into pieces. Its bones and flesh had been crushed into powder, and only a small part of its body was left. Even so, the ghost's life force was still very strong, and it let out a low shout as it turned its remaining body into a mist, intending to drill into the ground and escape. However, a figure suddenly descended upon it, and with a wave of its sleeves, a formless thread streaked across the air and cut off its head. As its body was completely destroyed, An incorporeal soul escaped in fright and quickly drilled into the ground. However, it had only drilled halfway when a terrifying suction force sucked it away. The ghost only had time to take a look at the silver-grey eyes before it let out a hysterical roar, "Who are you?" It didn't believe that Suyu was just a small fairy realm cultivator. After all, Suyu had countless magical treasures and terrifying techniques, and even divine masters would be in danger of dying if they ran into him. Happy answered him with a pair of eyes that spun around him and the space in his soul. After killing the ghost, Suyu retrieved the ball and looked at the badly mutilated corpse. The ghost's spatial ring was also crushed and shattered. This made Suyu feel a little helpless. Although the underworld pearl was powerful and could crush everything in its path, the treasures of the enemy would often be crushed and shattered along with it. It was really a pity. After killing the ghost, Suyu felt more at ease and immediately flew out of the deep pit. Just as he landed on the edge of the deep pit, Suyu noticed many pairs of shocked eyes. The 5 great elders stared at Suyu in shock and seriousness. The fear in their eyes was obvious. They had seen with their own eyes that the ridiculously strong ghost was easily killed by Suyu in just a few moves. Even his soul had been devoured. All kinds of strange divine abilities and means made the white-haired youth in front of him shine with a mysterious light. Standing in front of him, the 5 elders all felt a great pressure. "Young friend, may I ask who you are? Why did you appear in our Red Blood Palace's territory?" The Iron Chain elder cupped his fists at him and treated him like a peer, even though the white-haired youth in front of him was only at the fairy realm. Suyu chuckled. "I was just passing by, and I couldn't help but attack when I saw the ghost appearing and harming people. As for my name, my surname is Su, and my first name is Yu. Suyu." The Iron Chain elder muttered as he exchanged glances with the other 4 elders. They all shook their heads blankly, as this name was too unfamiliar to them. However, this didn't stop them from being shocked by Suyu. A level 2 fairy had killed a middle-stage divine master. This was simply unimaginable. In Jojo, apart from the 9 prefectures kings in their youth, who else could have done such a shocking deed? "Fellow Daoist Su, many thanks for helping us kill the ghost. I'm Bai Yang, and I thank you on behalf of the elders for saving our lives," Bai Yang said. Suyu chuckled and waved his hand. "Elder Bai, you don't need to be so polite. It was only because the elders held it back that I had a chance to kill it." He wasn't being modest, as Suyu wouldn't have had a chance to kill it if he had fought it alone. It was fortunate that the 5 of them had drawn its attention away. Otherwise, if he had fought it alone, Suyu would have already lost his life. "Fellow Daoist Su, you are being too polite. We 5 old men didn't do anything at all." Bai Yang chuckled in embarrassment. His expression became solemn as he said, "Fellow Daoist Su, why don't you come to our manor as a guest? When the manor master comes back, he will surely reward you handsomely." Suyu rejected him directly. "Fellow Daoist Bai, thank you for your kind intentions, but I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't stay here any longer." Suyu stepped on the air and flew away. When he passed by the 4 demons, he looked down at them and revealed a faint smile. It could be seen that the 4 of them had strictly followed Suyu's instructions, and they had informed the elders shortly after he left. Otherwise, how could the 5 elders have come here so quickly? The 4 demons wore solemn expressions as they raised their heads and looked at Suyu, who was flying over their heads. They followed Suyu with their gazes, and even after he disappeared, they were still solemn and respectful. Bai Shanliang's expression became gloomy, and it was only after a long while that he took a deep breath. "I really didn't expect that such a peerless youth expert would exist in this world. It seems like I was just a frog in a well after staying in the Red Blood Palace for so long." Bing Wuxin held her sword's hilt tightly with her right hand. Her palm was shivering, and she bit her lip with her snow-white teeth as she murmured, "I now have another great emperor genius that I must surpass." Even the playful Gongsun Wuxia pondered this matter quietly, while she muttered softly, "Which faction raised such a powerful youth genius?" Tian Renyaro also became serious, which was rare for him, and he clenched his fists as he looked at Suyu's back. They might have an eccentric disposition, but they were all proud people, and they all believed that they were geniuses among geniuses. But, When they witnessed the white-haired youth kill a middle-stage divine master with their own eyes, they were all shocked. They couldn't believe that such a dazzling youth genius existed in Jiuzhou. After a long while of silence, Tian Renyao exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Yuxian, how could we forget about him? Hurry up and look for him." Bai Yang and the others rested for a while, then looked in the direction in which Su Yu had left. "Let's also go over there." That ghost came from the 18 linked mountains. When they reached there, they easily discovered the cave on the mountain. As for Su Yu, he had already turned back into his old self, so he went to the giant gate. This was the ghost's secret room, and there might be some treasures left behind. So, how could Su Yu let this chance slip by? After Su Yu entered the room, he surveyed the surroundings before he landed on the altar. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and flew to the altar, then fixed his gaze on it. Su Yu's pupils couldn't help but contract when he saw it. He unexpectedly saw a familiar face on the altar. Chapter 809. It was the skin of a benevolent-looking old man who was dressed like a monk. Su Yu had a deep impression of him, as he knew that he was the elder who had recommended them to the 18 linked mountains. Ju and Su Yu grabbed the skin and rubbed it in his hands. It seemed like it hadn't just been cut open, and there was still a wisp of ghost energy within it. "Sheng Ji, do you know what's going on?" Su Yu summoned Sheng Ji out of his wrists. As soon as he appeared, his gaze fell on the skin bag. He frowned and said, "It should be the ghost race's painted skin. After obtaining the skin bag of a living being, they refine it using a special method. The ghost race can then wear the skin bag and disguise themselves as the living being. It is extremely deceptive. Unless one is sensitive to the ghost race's aura, it would be very difficult to discover it. In the Great War between humans and ghost race 100 years ago, the human race suffered a great loss in this aspect. Many of the human race have people similar to the painted skin." Painted skin? Su Yu's gaze flickered as he wondered. Does the ghost clan have such a special ability? However, as he recalled how Sheng Ji was able to hide in a human's body and escape Elder Ju's detection before escaping into the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion, it was obvious that the ghost clan was quite talented in this aspect. Ding! All of a sudden, a badge fell out of the painted skin and landed on the altar. When he lowered his head and looked at it, he saw that it was a blood-red badge with the words Ghost Prison Envoy written on it. Su Yu felt that this badge was quite familiar to him, as if he had seen it before. Swoosh! As Su Yu's heart shook, a dim light flickered from the spatial ring on his finger, and a blood-red badge appeared in his palm. It was entirely blood-red, as if it was made of fresh blood. It also had the words Ghost Prison Envoy written on it. The two badges were exactly the same. The only difference was that the one that Su Yu took out of the spatial ring had the words 10,000 carved on its back. As for the one that he took out of the skin, it had the words 9,000 carved on it. Ghost prison badges? Sheng Ji suddenly screamed. She looked at the two ghost prison badges in Su Yu's palm in disbelief. Her eyes were filled with excitement, reverence, and longing. Su Yu raised his brows. "Oh, do you know them?" Sheng Ji's beautiful eyes couldn't take even half a step away from the two blood ghost tokens. She spoke quickly, unable to hide the excitement in her heart. "Of course I know. These are tokens that only the noblest emissaries in our ghost race can obtain. The way to get this token is to fight. As long as your battle prowess is ranked 10,000 in the Ghost Clan, you will be qualified to get the Ghost Prison token and become the Ghost Prison Messenger. You will hold the military power and enjoy endless resources and training." Su Yu looked at the Ghost Prison token in his palm and asked curiously, "Then, what is the cultivation level needed to obtain the lowest level Ghost Prison token?" "Early stage Divine Master. Those ranked between 9,000 and 10,000 are all early stage Divine Masters, and those ranked before 9,000 are at least middle stage Divine Masters." Sheng Ji licked her lips excitedly. The Ghost Prison token is not only a kind of identity, it also contains a kind of technique inheritance. It is a reward for the Ghost Prison Messenger. As she spoke, Sheng Ji hesitated a few times before saying, "Master, can you take it?" After Su Yu heard her, he casually threw it to Sheng Ji. This item was useless to him, so why not give it to Sheng Ji? After Sheng Ji got 2 ghost prison tokens at the same time, she felt like she was in a dream, and she was dumbfounded by her sudden luck. The Ghost Clan had billions of living beings, and being ranked in the top 10,000 was the dream of all of them. In fact, it was a dream that many living beings didn't even dare to hope for. Sheng Ji was one of them. In the past, she was just a small soldier who had participated in the Great War between humans and ghosts, and she was just a cannon fodder. She didn't expect that she would survive such a great calamity and be suppressed in the Zhenlong world's dragon abyss of the 9 underworlds. Then, she became Su Yu's slave. She had already resigned herself to her fate, and she didn't expect that she would get 2 extremely precious ghost prison tokens. If she could use the technique inheritance within them, her power would surely soar, and she might even be able to pry into the Divine Master Realm's mysteries. She would then go from a heavenly ghost to a ghost king. Thank you, Master. Thank you. Sheng Ji was sincerely grateful to Su Yu for the first time. Su Yu waved his hand indifferently. Just work for me, and I will surely reward you. Sheng Ji accepted his order and obediently stood beside Su Yu. As for Su Yu, he looked at the painted skin in front of him and sighed. In that case, the real Ju-an had died a long time ago, and her body had been taken over by a ghost. However, Su Yu still had some doubts in his heart. The ghost prison envoy had already returned to the ghost prison 100 years ago, so why did one suddenly appear here? And, where did it come from? As he pondered this, Su Yu couldn't help but look at the altar again. The Ghost Clan's symbols of the illusionary spirit departed soul formation appeared around the altar, and Su Yu became suspicious about the formation's function. Sheng Ji, you said that this formation can only be set up by an all-creation realm ghost. Is that true? Sheng Ji nodded. Yes. Only a ghost prison envoy at this level has the ability to carve the symbols, and a divine master can't succeed. As he looked at the painted skin in front of him, Su Yu pondered deeply. Was the ghost prison envoy who took over Ju an all-creation old monster when he was alive? Why do I feel that his power is still too weak? Having fought with Xue Di, Su Yu felt that even if the all-creation realm ghost's power had only recovered to the middle stage of the divine master realm, it shouldn't have been so weak. Sheng Ji blinked her eyes, as she didn't quite understand what Su Yu meant. Swoosh. At this moment, Su Yu's ears twitched, and he immediately patted Sheng Ji's shoulder, sending her back into the 9 jade spiritual pearl. The 4 demons and the 5 great elders could easily discover the cave on the mountain's peak, and they could then follow the ghost energy to find the ancient altar. Junior brother Su? Bai Shanliang's expression relaxed slightly, while a relaxed look appeared on his face. He had assumed that Su Yu had failed to save Xue Qi, and that he had also been killed by the ghost. Humph. It turns out that he still isn't dead. Bing Wuxin snorted coldly. Su Yu smacked his lips. It was really difficult for ordinary people to accept Bing Wuxin's temper. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I was fortunate enough to be saved by a young expert, who was just passing by. Su Yu's face wasn't flushed at all. His casual words caused the 9 people's mental energies to move. Lad, quickly tell us what happened. Elder Bai Yang's eyes flickered as he asked. He was quite concerned about this young genius, who possessed a terrifying fighting prowess, and his tone was quite strict. Su Yu replied carefully, Elder, I was planning to create a diversion to save Xue Qi, but I was unexpectedly discovered by the ghost. I assumed that I would surely die, but I didn't expect that a white-haired youth, who was just passing by, would save Xue Qi and lead the ghost away. I wonder what happened to her now. His words were filled with lies and truths, and no one could discern them. He didn't have any background, nor did he know where he went. The people here were all disappointed, as they still didn't know who he was. Forget it, just stand aside for now. Is this the place where you discovered that Xue Qi was captured? Bai Yang surveyed the surroundings. Su Yu nodded. That's right. That ghost was on the altar. Everyone followed his words, their gazes sweeping over the altar. It was easy to see that there was a familiar skin bag on the altar. A painted skin? Unexpectedly, all of the elders, including Bai Yang, knew about the Ghost Clan's unique painted skin. Swoosh, swoosh. The 5 of them rushed over, their expressions grave. It can't be wrong. According to the analysis of the many Ghost Clan's ancient books collected by our elegant Spirit Mountain, this is the Ghost Clan's unique skin. I really didn't expect that my friend Juan, who accompanied us for many years, was already possessed by a ghost. Bai Yang sighed deeply, while grief appeared in his eyes. But just after this, his expression became grave. The Ghost Clan left the continent 100 years ago, and they surely wouldn't reappear in Jojo for no reason. Moreover, many small factions in our 18 blessed and heavenly lands were attacked by unknown factions. So, we have reason to believe that the Ghost Clan from 100 years ago showed signs of activity, and that they might make a comeback. That's right. It's fortunate that the Palace Master came here, and she will have full authority over this matter. The elders' expressions became grave. The hearts of Su Yu and the 4 demons became grave. Did the Ghost Clan want to make a comeback? 100 years ago, the terrifying clan that had destroyed Jojo and plunged its people into misery and suffering would soon come back to Jojo? If that was the case, it would surely be a calamity for the human race. This was especially the case since they had an emperor, Shinichen, who was on the verge of ascending to the throne and unifying Jojo. He was capable of contending against the Ghost Prison's great emperor. But, in that battle, he had died mysteriously. If the Ghost Clan wanted to make a comeback, then no one would be able to stop the Ghost Prison's great emperor. After the atmosphere became grave for a long while, the 5 elders arranged for some experts to guard this place, then led Su Yu and the others back to the camp. Your name is Su Yuxian, isn't it? Don't go away, as the Manor Master will come back shortly. At that time, he will probably ask you some questions, Bai Yang said. Su Yu nodded, then quietly waited in the camp with the 4 demons. After an hour, Xueqi came back. Her face was deathly pale. Apart from being quite weak, she didn't seem to have sustained any injuries. Her safe return caused Bai Yang to pay a visit to the camp again. He inquired about what had happened before leaving. Senior Sister Xueqi, congratulations on your return. Su Yu revealed a faint smile. Xueqi, who had just gone through such a dangerous situation, was greatly frightened. She forced herself to smile and say, Junior brother, many thanks for your concern. Gongsun Wuxie rolled her eyes slightly, then chuckled and said, Senior sister, you don't know this, but after you left, someone became so anxious that he risked his life to find your hiding place. It was only because he risked his life to find a place where you were hiding that a powerful expert came to save you. I heard that someone was almost captured by that ghost and had his skin sucked dry. I really don't know who his lover is. As Xueqi looked at Su Yu, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. They were just strangers, yet Su Yu had risked his life to save her. Thank you, Xueqi repeated in a low voice, while gratefulness appeared in her gaze as she looked at Su Yu. Su Yu chuckled and said, It's not that exaggerated. Senior sister, you don't need to take it to heart. I still haven't repaid you for reminding me to pay attention to the Xiao family's people. At this moment, the tent's flap was lifted. Senior Sister Ji Yu and the others, who had gotten the news, had come to visit Xueqi. Junior Sister Xueqi, it's great that you came back. Ji Yu seemed to be trying to curry favor with Xueqi, and the 4 inner sanctum disciples behind her also had the same expression. It seemed like Xueqi's status in the inner sanctum wasn't ordinary. Xueqi revealed a faint smile and said, Everyone, please don't worry about me. It's all thanks to junior brother Su's fearlessness that I was saved. Chapter 8:10. After taking a deep look at Su Yu, Ji Yu and Han Xian exchanged a few words, then stood up and bade farewell. Junior sister, please recuperate from your injuries. I'll take my leave first. With that, the group of 5 left quickly. Judging from their pace, they seemed to be in a hurry. Gongsun Wuxie curled her lips and said, They came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Are their butts on fire? Or did you drop something? Bai Shanliang, who was sitting beside Su Yu, looked at him meaningfully, then said leisurely, They might not have lost anything, but they must have lost 2 people. Their group of 7 is missing 2 people. As he spoke, Bai Shanliang couldn't help but look at Su Yu. Junior brother Su, do you know where those 2 people are? Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. That's right. Before Su Yu left, he was brimming with confidence that he would surely be able to save Xueqi. Moreover, He had even warned them to consult the elders about this matter. Then, just as Su Yu had expected, the ghost was born. Could it be that he had sensed everything in advance? Or, could it be that Su Yu had arranged everything? The two people who went missing seemed to be the divine masters who were inextricably linked to the Shao family. It was difficult for them to believe that their disappearance had nothing to do with Su Yu, especially after Su Yu had done such a strange thing. Which two people? Su Yu asked, his eyes wide. Gongsun Wuxie giggled and said, "It's the two inner sanctum disciples who want to deal with Big Brother Yuxian. They are in the inner sanctum, and they are in the same camp as the Shao family. We all know that they came here to deal with you." "Oh, you mean them?" Su Yu came to a sudden realization, but he shook his head and said, "I don't know. I've never seen it before. Maybe he's looking for treasures somewhere." The four demons found it hard to believe Su Yu's words, but they still couldn't prove that it was Su Yu who had killed the two of them. They exchanged glances and did not continue to pursue the matter. Otherwise, if they found out the truth, Su Yu would be in deep trouble. As an outer disciple, it wouldn't be enough even if he died 10 times over for causing the death of an inner disciple. Night fell, and the next morning came. "Su Yuxian, follow this old man to pay your respects to the Manor Lord." Bai Yong suddenly arrived. Manor Lord Zhong had returned. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. In that case, the palace master, Mo Tianxian, had come. Su Yu followed Bai Yang and quickly entered the elegant spirit manor, then went to meet Manor Master Zhong in a side palace. The 8 great elders, as well as the elders who had come to greet the palace lord, were all present in the hall. Mo Tianxian was the only one missing. The fact that Manor Master Zhong was seated at the head of the table was enough to prove that Mo Tianxian was not present. Could it be that she disdains to participate in such a small meeting? "Su Yuxian, tell me everything from the discovery of the cave to the discovery of the ghost's hiding place," Manor Master Zhong asked solemnly. Su Yu explained everything to them one by one. Of course, most of it was just a compilation. After listening, the entire hall became solemn. "Then, what about the white-haired youth? Tell me about him as well." Manor Master Zhong leaned forward and looked at Su Yu. He was even more concerned about him than if he had just discovered a ghost. Su Yu was slightly surprised, but he still dragged out the excuse he had prepared beforehand. In any case, no one would associate the powerful Su Yu with a white-haired old man like him. After he finished speaking, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. They were extremely curious about the mysterious white-haired young man. "Fine, you should go back and rest." Manor Master Zhong took a deep look at Su Yu. Su Yu nodded and left the hall as if nothing had happened. After he left, Bai Yang wore a pensive look as he asked, "Manor Master, since the palace lord had some matters to attend to and left, then he didn't come to our elegant spirit manor. What should we do about this matter?" It seemed like Manor Master Zhong was lost in his thoughts, and he was startled for a moment before he came back to his senses. "Well, the palace lord's whereabouts are unknown, so we should suppress this matter for the time being. It won't be too late to discuss it after we get news of the palace lord's whereabouts. As for the white-haired youth, we should pay more attention to him." Well, the elders were all curious about this matter. It seemed like the white-haired youth, Su Yu, was more important than the Ghost Clan's matter in Manor Master Zhong's eyes. "Manor Master, is the white-haired youth's status special?" Bai Yang asked. Manor Master Zhong nodded solemnly. "Although I can't be sure, we must still pay attention to him. According to the latest news, the Blood Emperor, the Bright Light Guard's first guard, was killed." Boom. It seemed like a myriad of thunderbolts had struck the elders, and they were all overwhelmed with shock. The Blood Emperor? One of the Central Prefecture's 10 great experts? That's impossible. Apart from a prefecture's king, who would have the confidence to kill him? All of the elders were in disbelief. Manor Master Zhong said in a deep voice, "I don't believe it either." However, the news came from the upper echelons of the inner sanctum. One of the upper echelons hiding in the Central Prefecture saw it with his own eyes. The Blood Emperor was chased for billions of miles and across countless cities. Many people witnessed it with their own eyes. Later on, the news of the Blood Emperor's death spread from the Central Prefecture. It seems to be true. Suddenly, The hall fell into a dead silence. All creations could be said to be at the pinnacle of the pyramid of the 9 prefectures. Those who could kill them were few and far between. As for the Blood Emperor, he was an expert among experts. His name had shaken the entire central prefecture. How could he have been chased to death? Villa Master, may I ask who did this? Bai Yang's heart trembled. The person who was able to hunt down the Blood Emperor must be a peerless and ruthless person in the 9 prefectures. Mana Master Zhong said, I don't know, but rumor has it that he is a white-haired youth who is covered in blood cloud. His weapon of choice is a bead, and it has smashed the Blood Emperor into meat paste many times. The white-haired youth, bead. Su Yu's figure appeared in the minds of all the elders present. Could it be him? It was just that the disparity between their power was too great. This matter happened 2 months ago, but it was kept a secret. It's fine that you all know about it, but you mustn't spread it to anyone else. All right, the meeting is adjourned, Mana Master Zhong said. Bai Yang and the others shuddered upon hearing this. As Mana Master Zhong left, Bai Yang asked in surprise, Mana Master, there are still many matters that require your approval. Where are you going? An odd glint flickered in Mana Master Zhong's eyes as he turned his head around and instructed them expressionlessly, I have some private matters to take care of. So, don't be impatient. After he spoke, he strode away. After Su Yu left the side palace, his expression became gloomy, and he quickly went back to his tent. Bing Wuxin, Xue Qi, and the others were cultivating quietly in the tent. Well, why did you come back so quickly? Bai Shanliang was surprised by this, so he stood up and said, that's fine. Today is the last day, so let's hurry up and go to excavate the mountain. I'm still waiting to recoup my losses. Gongsun Wuxie chuckled. That's right. Brother Yuxian, you owe me a ghost clan's magical treasure. However, a grave look appeared on Su Yu's face as he said in a deep voice, if we don't leave now, we will lose our lives. Let's quickly escape. The 5 people's hearts tightened when they heard him. Su Yu's current expression made them feel that something was amiss. Junior brother, what happened? Can you explain it clearly? Bai Shanliang's smile disappeared, and his expression became serious again. Bing Wuxin snorted. If you dare to play tricks on us, I will kill you with my sword. Brother Yuxian, quickly tell us. You are making me so nervous. Tian Renyaro came over and spoke bashfully. It could be seen that they were all frightened by Su Yu's expression. Fright appeared in Su Yu's eyes as he said, we didn't manage to exterminate all of the ghosts, and there is still a malicious ghost hiding in the elegant Spirit Mountain. It's extremely dangerous, so we must quickly escape. There was still another malicious ghost. The 5 people's expressions became grave. They had personally witnessed the outcome of Bai Yang and the others attacking the ghost together. Even though the 5 of them had attacked a single person, they had still suffered a crushing defeat. If a young expert hadn't passed by, the 5 of them would have already become the ghost's food. Yet, Su Yu was now saying that there was still another one. All the more reason for us not to escape. Let's inform the Mana immediately. It just so happens that Mana Lord Zhong has returned. With him around, we should be able to easily deal with an evil ghost of the same level as last time. Xue Qi was slightly surprised by this. After all, Su Yu had already thought of this, and fleeing was obviously the stupidest method. If he was targeted by a hidden malicious spirit, wouldn't he die even faster? However, Su Yu's face darkened. It is precisely because of his return that we need to escape immediately, because he is the hidden malicious spirit. There are ghosts with painted skin as well. Su Yu's words exposed the heavenly secret. Shunga had just informed them of the shocking news. He had always thought that the ghostly aura that Shunga had sensed belonged to Juan. However, when she met Villa Master Zhong just now, Shunga actually said that the aura was still there. Su Yu had already met the other elders alone, so Sheng Ji hadn't warned him. It was only when Mana Master Zhong returned that she immediately warned him. It was enough to explain everything. Su Yu then associated the grotto altar with the formation that could only be set up by all creation realm ghosts. This made him even more certain that Juan was just one of the hidden painted skins. The most terrifying painted skin was the Mana Master himself. He was the greatest ghost of all. In fact, he might even possess the power of an all-creation realm expert. If they didn't flee now, it would be too late. Bai Shanliang and the others didn't get the chance to be startled, as the space in their tent suddenly froze. Everyone was bound by the space and couldn't budge an inch. Spatial control. This is the all-creation realm's power. Xueqi cried out involuntarily in shock. Swoosh. A cold wind blew over, and a middle-aged man, who had his hands clasped behind his back, appeared at the center of the tent like a ghost. He wore a warm smile on his face as he stood calmly in the middle of everyone. Hehe, Su Yuxian, why did you ruin my plans? The man turned around, and it was obvious that this was Mana Master Zhong's face. However, his human eyes had already turned into a pair of flickering purple flames. His whole body was emitting an eerie ghostly energy. Mana Master Zhong, no, you are a ghost. Bai Shanliang's gaze became grave as he spoke in surprise. The other people were also shocked. The elegant spirit Mana's Mana Master, who was one of the Red Blood Palace's higher-ups, was unexpectedly a ghost wearing a human skin. This was completely beyond their expectations. This matter had taken a sudden turn for the worse, and it was difficult for them to accept it. Mana Master Zhong didn't pay attention to them, and he just looked at Suyu with a faint smile. I like smart people, and if you are willing, I can turn you into a ghost, just like Juan. You have already witnessed his power after he turned into a ghost. What do you think? Suyu's gaze flickered. What if I refuse? Mana Master Zhong shook his head with a faint smile. You don't have the right to refuse, because if you do, you will die. He then added, but, before you die, I really want to know how you managed to discover my identity. Mana Master Zhong examined Suyu, and his gaze suddenly fell on Suyu's wrist. His eyes then lit up as he said, interesting. I can sense a wisp of my clansman's aura in your body. It seems like you have subdued one of my clansmen. It's no wonder that you were able to detect Juan's location and my identity. Chapter 8:11. His words were filled with hatred. In the past, I was besieged by you humans, and I died with great hatred. Only a remnant of my soul was left, and it was hidden in the blood. It was barely enough to search for me. Later, I hid underground, and after 100 years of training, I finally managed to recover most of my soul. Half a year ago, I coincidentally occupied this body, and used it to hunt down human experts. I used their blood, flesh, and soul power to recover my cultivation. Just when I was about to succeed and recover to my former peak, I attracted the attention of the Red Blood Palace. He looked at Xueqi and said coldly, it's fine if you, the Inner Sanctum's disciples, recklessly came here to investigate this matter, but even the Red Blood Palace's master came here personally. Therefore, I had no choice but to hide. My plan was to make Juan a scapegoat. Juan was insatiably greedy and thirsted for power. After consuming my ghost blood, he was turned into a ghost. I wanted to frame him and let the Red Blood Palace's people think that Juan was responsible for everything that had happened in the past 6 months. That way, I would be able to avoid a calamity. I really didn't expect that. Mana Master Zhong looked at Suyu coldly. You unexpectedly raised a little ghost that could detect my ghost clan's aura and almost exposed my identity. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. It turned out that Juan's capture of Xueqi was just a show arranged by Mana Master Zhong, and his purpose was to appease the faction's suspicions. In the end, Suyu unexpectedly found out about his true identity, and he informed Bing Wuxin and the others about it, which nearly ruined his plan. So, none of the 5 of you can leave anyone alive. A ferocious look appeared in Mana Master Zhong's eyes. He had wanted to give Suyu a chance to turn him into a ghost, but Suyu had refused him. As he spoke, the hearts of Suyu and the others shuddered at the same time. Awful. He's going to silence them. At the critical moment, the eyes of Bing Wuxin, who was restrained by the space, flickered. Sword follows the heart. Bing Wuxin shouted in a low voice. The long sword at her waist buzzed and vibrated. It drew a white, bone-piercing sword light that swept in all directions. The strange thing was that the sword light contained a profound meaning, which directly shattered the bound space. At the same time, the sword energy splashed in all directions, and the space power that bound Suyu and the others was broken. Suyu was shocked. What kind of technique was this? Sword technique, sword intent, or something else? Suyu's heart palpitated at the sight of that sword. The might of this sword was in no way inferior to the strike of a peak early-stage divine master. As expected of the strongest of the four great demons, Bing Wuxin was indeed incomparably powerful. The power of space tore open, and the five of them simultaneously fled in four different directions. This was the only way he could escape. Oh! Cultivating his swordsmanship to the state of move at your will? Since ancient times, those who have broken through their limits and attained the realm of heart manipulation have all achieved great accomplishments. Villa Master Zhong was neither hurried nor slow. A wisp of surprise flashed in his eyes, and his expression was extremely relaxed. He stretched out his right hand and pressed down from the sky. In an instant, a dangerous spatial energy surged into everyone's bodies, wanting to tear them apart from the inside. The expressions of Xueqi and the others changed drastically. Mana Master Zhong hadn't recovered his all-creation realm cultivation, but his power had already reached the Divine Master realm, and he could break through to the all-creation realm at any moment. This level of combat strength was not something they could contend against. Seeing that they were about to be turned into minced meat in an instant, Suyu's gaze turned cold. Do I have to expose my identity? It would be difficult for me to contend against Mana Master Zhong, but creating a spatial vortex to help everyone escape wouldn't be an issue. However, if I did that, my identity would surely be exposed, and I wouldn't be able to stay in the Red Blood Palace any longer. Just as Suyu was about to give up on his identity, a cold snort drifted over. You managed to reveal yourself so easily. I really overestimated you. Mana Master Zhong had set up a spatial isolation barrier outside the tent, so the sound of the outside world shouldn't be able to penetrate it. There was only one possibility for such a situation to occur, and that was that the person who had come here had a cultivation higher than Mana Master Zhong's. Who is it? Sure enough, Mana Master Zhong was shocked. Sizzle. All of a sudden, the space outside the tent was torn apart by an even more terrifying power. The spatial power that was about to erupt from Suyu and the others' bodies suddenly disappeared, as if it had been dissolved by something. When Suyu and the others raised their heads and looked over, they couldn't help but be startled. They had an impression of the person who had just appeared. He was the person in charge of inspecting the treasures. He wore a light blue robe and wore a solemn and ice-cold expression. Previously, he had even revealed that Suyu's spatial ring contained a Ghost Clan's treasure, which he hadn't taken out yet. At that time, Suyu was quite surprised by how this person could see through his spatial ring. Blue Dragon? Mana Master Zhong was quite surprised, and his pupils contracted slightly. Who are you? Why are you hiding in the elegant spirit manner? It wasn't difficult to discern the fear in Mana Master Zhong's voice, as he could feel that this person's power wasn't any lower than his own. He was also at the peak of the Divine Master realm. I'm obviously following orders to supervise the elegant spirit manner. Did you really think that the Red Blood Palace would let such an important place be managed by a Mana Master without any other means? The blue-robed middle-aged man looked at him calmly. He was the Sanctum's spy in the elegant spirit manor, and he was in charge of supervising the manor's previous Mana Masters to prevent them from betraying the Sanctum. Now, he was put to good use. Mana Master Zhong's expression became gloomy, and he was filled with hatred and anger. He was just about to kill Suyu and the others, who knew his identity, when Blue Dragon appeared. It was only by killing him that he could get rid of any future troubles. It seemed like Blue Dragon had seen through his thoughts, and he said calmly, I'm not like the Manor's elders, and it's your misfortune that you ran into me. 5 elements heavenly fire palm. Blue Dragon's expression was still calm, as he condensed a terrifying flame on each of his 5 index fingers, which contained a dense heavenly tribulation's will. Sizzle. As he thrust his palm, the 5 flames wove together and bombarded the ghost like 5 dragons. This is an all-creation old monster's tribulation fire. Mana Master Zhong's expression changed drastically, and fright welled up in his heart. It was as if he had run into his nemesis. Startling ghost energy surged out of Mana Master Zhong's body, and he turned into a 30-meter-tall ghost shadow that pounced at the dragon. Hiss! The tribulation fire seemed to have a boundless restraining power against the fog, and the 30-meter-tall ghost shadow was dispersed by it. Mana Master Zhong, who was hiding in the giant ghost shadow, let out a miserable cry as he was sent flying and spouted blood. His whole body was engulfed by the inextinguishable tribulation fire. It was obvious who was stronger between the two of them. Their powers were almost equal, but Blue Dragon was able to restrain him. Mana Master Zhong had wanted to kill him a moment ago, but now, he was forced to give up on the elegant Spirit Mountain, which was a suitable place for him to recuperate and flee for his life. Swoosh! Mana Master Zhong looked at Su Yu with a threatening gaze, as if he was telling him that he would remember him. After he spoke, he extended his hand, tore space apart, and fled. You want to leave? Blue Dragon also tore space apart and chased after him. In the twinkling of an eye, the two of them couldn't be found apart from the remnant spatial ripples. Is this a fight between half-step all-creation experts? Xueqi's eyes were filled with shock, and it was only after a long while that she muttered to herself. Transforming into nature and using space were techniques that only all-creation old monsters were proficient in. However, the two of them were quite proficient in it. This meant that they had both touched the all-creation realm, and it would only be a matter of time before they advanced to the all-creation realm. It's strange. Who is this Blue Dragon? Why have I never heard of such a peerless expert in our Red Blood Palace? Bai Shanliang asked in surprise. Su Yu was also bewildered. He knew that there was a mysterious all-creation old monster in the outer sanctum, but the Red Blood Palace's propaganda to the outside world was that it only had one all-creation expert, Mo Tianxian. Su Yu wasn't surprised by Blue Dragon. It seemed like the Red Blood Palace was hiding many secrets. Mana Master Zhong was the true surviving member of a noble family, and he had alarmed the elegant Spirit Mountain. On that day, everyone, including Su Yu, went through a thorough inspection to see whether they were transformed ghosts. However, it was fortunate that Juan was the only one who couldn't resist the temptation and became an accomplice of the ghost clan. In the evening, Blue Dragon returned. He brought back some regretful news. The all-creation realm ghost was too cunning, and it had escaped. Blue Dragon had only managed to injure it heavily, and its cultivation had fallen to the middle stage of the Divine Master realm. This ghost could recover its cultivation by devouring human experts. So, if it wasn't killed today, it would surely become a disaster in the future. However, Su Yu and the others wouldn't be tasked with the task of hunting down the ghost, as the Sanctum's experts would deal with it. In a side hall, the elegant Spirit Mountain's people gathered together. A man with an ice-cold and solemn face was standing next to the former Mana Master Zhong's seat. It seemed like he was in charge of the mountain manor. You are already aware of the current situation. Before the Sanctum appoints a new Mana Master, I will temporarily take charge of the elegant Spirit Mountain. Bai Yang and the others were all shocked. It was obvious that they hadn't expected that an ordinary person in charge of inspecting treasures would be a peerless expert close to the all-creation realm. Issue an order. From today onwards, the excavation work will be stopped. The Sanctum will dispatch experts to clean up the elegant Spirit Mountain and ensure that there aren't any leftover evil spirits left. After he spoke, everyone felt like they had been relieved of a heavy burden. Since the excavation work would be stopped for a long time, they wouldn't have anything to do. Moreover, the people who made contributions in this matter will be rewarded handsomely. Blue Dragon looked at Su Yu. The people who discovered the altar in the underground cave and exposed Mana Master Zhong's identity as a ghost's leftover evil spirit, as well as the Sanctum's hidden danger, will be rewarded with the elegant Spirit Mountain's highest reward, 100,000 merit points. 100,000? The whole area became deathly silent. Many pairs of fiery gazes seemed like they wanted to melt Su Yu. Many Divine Master Elders had never received such a huge reward, yet it was given to a small disciple. 100,000 merit points was the biggest reward the elegant Spirit Mountain had ever received in its history. However, no one doubted whether Su Yu was qualified to receive such a reward, as after all, he had made great contributions. If it wasn't for him, they would have all been deceived by a vicious all-creation realm ghost. In the future, once he matured, the elegant Spirit Mountain's people would surely be plunged into misery and suffering. 100,000 merit points was a small amount. Many thanks, Senior. Su Yu was delighted. He had risked his life just to get 100,000 merit points. Now that he had received another generous reward, how could he not be delighted? In that case, he wouldn't just get the 9 Suns Cosmos Sword Formation, he would also get a legendary cultivation technique. Chapter 8:12. After they returned to the tent, Ji Yu's beautiful eyes locked onto Su Yu, her heart filled with jealousy. Why did all the good things happen to this guy? On the contrary, all the bad things happened to her. Her 2 missing team members hadn't been found yet, and if she wasn't mistaken, they had probably become the Ghost Clan's food. She knew that they belonged to some great faction in the inner sanctum, and their disappearance would surely implicate her. As she thought of this, she couldn't express her bitterness to anyone, so she bid farewell to Su Yu and the others with a gloomy expression before leading the others back to the Red Blood Palace. Let's also leave. If that Ghost Clan survivor comes back secretly, we won't be so lucky as to be saved by Senior Lan again, Bai Shanliang said. The others nodded. This mission could be considered dangerous. However, Su Yu unexpectedly said, Sirs, you should leave first. I have some matters to take care of, so I will go back by myself in several days. Hey! Bai Shanliang furrowed his brows and wondered whether Su Yu would be in danger if he went alone. After all, the All-Creation Ghost Clan's survivor clearly hated Su Yu. However, since Su Yu had made such a decision despite knowing this, Bai Shanliang didn't try to stop him. Afterward, the group went to the exchange point to exchange for the treasures that they hadn't had time to exchange for the previous day. This time, the 4 of them got different rewards. Bai Shanliang and Tian Renyao also got a Ghost Clan's semi-manufactured spiritual artifact grade treasure. Bing Wuxin didn't get anything on the first day, but this time, she got 2 of them, which she exchanged for 6,000 merit points. Only one person was so infuriated that her face became flushed. She gnashed her teeth and said, I'm so infuriated. Why didn't I get anything? As the crowd looked at the flustered and exasperated little demoness, they couldn't help but chuckle. This little demoness was always mischievous, yet she had finally suffered a setback. Swoosh. At this moment, Su Yu threw a Ghost Clan's semi-manufactured spiritual artifact grade treasure to her, as he had promised to give her one. The little demoness was taken aback by this, before she beamed with delight. Brother Yuxian, you're the best. Wuxia likes you the most. As she spoke, she jumped up and down happily, exchanging 3,000 merit points for it. She seemed like a completely different person. Bai Shanliang's eyes flickered. Su Yu, you dug out many Ghost Clan's treasures this time, right? They had taken out 10,000 merit points, but in the end, they had only gotten 6,000 merit points. Hehe, I don't have many of them, just 4 or 5 of them, Su Yu said as he poured out the space ring. More than 10 items of various colors fell onto the stone table. 6 of them belonged to the human clan, and they were only worth 1,800 merit points. As for the remaining 4, they belonged to the Ghost Clan, and this was because Su Yu had given one to Gongsun Wuxia. With that, he had exchanged for 14,000 merit point. In addition to the 16,000 merit points he had earned on the first day, he had earned 30,000 merit points just from digging in the Elegant Spirit Mountain. Bai Shanliang's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and he had an impulse to rob Su Yu. After all, the Elegant Spirit Mountain's mission had earned him an insane amount of money. First, he had taken 40,000 merit points from the 4 of them. Now, he had obtained another 30,000 merit points. Adding on the 100,000 merit points he had been awarded, he now had a total of 170,000 merit point. Any outer sect elder would be tempted by such a huge amount of merit points. Forget it, let's go. This guy's luck is greater than the 4 of us combined. Bai Shanliang revealed a bitter smile as he waved his hand and led the crowd away. Before Bing Wuxin left, she cast a glance at Su Yu and said coldly, Don't die. After my injuries heal, I will still settle the score for your sneak attack. Su Yu furrowed his brows. This woman really doesn't have a likable temperament. After they left, Su Yu also left the Elegant Spirit Mountain as soon as possible. Before he left, he instructed Zi Xian to inform her that they had already returned to the Red Blood Palace. He really didn't know why Zixian had suddenly left. According to the four demons, it seemed like she was hiding from something. After Su Yu surveyed the surroundings, he chose a direction with many forests and flew there quietly. After half a day had passed, he had already left the elegant Spirit Mountain and reached a desolate river bank. The river was covered with ice water, and it was extremely cold. The frozen river. Su Yu was surprised by this. He had run into the 5 all-creation experts who had chased him in the frozen river, and it was also there that he had run into Zixian, which had allowed him to escape. It turned out that the elegant Spirit Mountain wasn't far from the frozen river. Su Yu was slightly surprised by this. However, the frozen river spanned across the 18 blessed and heavenly lands, so this place wasn't the stretch of the river that he had stayed in before. After Su Yu ascertained that no one was following him, he waved his hand, and the small Kylin came out of the 9-jade spiritual pearl lazily. It stretched its body on the ground listlessly, then raised its head and complained, "I still haven't slept enough. Make elixirs." Su Yu revealed a faint smile. The small Kylin's purple eyes shone with a brilliant light, which seemed like a pair of dazzling crystals. Make elixirs. Great. Let's make elixirs. It didn't just have an innate memory of elixir making, it also had an unprecedented passion for it. Su Yu prepared 2 batches of purified primordial chaos vital pills materials, as well as a furnace. In the past, the small Kylin had used unpurified primordial chaos vital pill to make 3rd-grade spirit elixirs. Now that it had purified all of the materials, it should be able to make 4th-grade spirit elixirs. After getting the materials, the small Kylin licked its lips excitedly. It was eager to give it a try. After a short while, the small Kylin started making elixirs. Su Yu took out a scroll. It was the mysterious heavenly crafting technique. In the past, he had brought out 2 legacies from the mysterious heavenly divine pavilion. One of them was the mysterious heavenly elixir crafting technique, while the other was the mysterious heavenly crafting technique. As he held the mysterious heavenly crafting technique, Su Yu couldn't help but recall her tearful face. Su Yu had obtained her first time, which had caused her to lose her most precious possession. He wondered how she was doing after such a long time. She was the 18 blessed and heavenly lands #1 genius, Jiyu Taishu's fiancée, and she was also the 18 blessed and heavenly lands #1 female genius. She might have already advanced to the later stage of the Divine Master realm. Instead of worrying about others, I should worry about myself. Su Yu laughed at himself. After all, he was only a level 2 fairy. He would soon get the 9 Suns Cosmos sword formation, and the problem before him was how to make the matured heavenly orchid silver bamboo into a spiritual sword. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo was known as the world's hardest divine bamboo. It was indestructible, and without a profound crafting technique, it would be impossible to make it. Su Yu hoped that Tian Jizi would have a similar technique in this crafting technique. With a thought, Su Yu entered a state of time acceleration. The time around him was 200 times faster than the outside world. 2 hours had passed in the outside world, but he had already been meditating for 20 days. After reading it, Su Yu closed the scroll, feeling dizzy. Crafting equipment was much more complicated and profound than elixir crafting. It wasn't as simple as just fusing materials and controlling flames, but it was also necessary to be proficient in carving formation symbols. In other words, it was necessary to be proficient in the basics of formations. The grade of a magical treasure was largely determined by the grade and number of formation symbols carved on it. The higher the number of runes inscribed, the higher the grade of the magic treasure. Naturally, the grade of the magic treasure would be higher. In other words, a formation master might not necessarily be a crafting master, but every crafting master was proficient in formation symbol. If Su Yu wanted to craft equipment, he would first need to learn about formations. However, according to his knowledge, the formation path was broad and profound. Many people spent hundreds of years just to get a glimpse of it. If Su Yu wanted to become proficient in formations, even with the help of time acceleration, it would still take him several years. This wasn't in accordance with his plan. While Su Yu was deep in thought, the furnace next to him suddenly started shaking intensely. As the small Kylin heated it up, the elixir had entered its final stage, which was fusion. Crackling sounds could be heard coming from within the furnace. It seemed like the elixirs were colliding with each other intensely. Its momentum was even greater than when he had made the Grade 4 Fairy expansion pill. Su Yu's spirit was shaken, and he paid close attention to it. Bang! All of a sudden, the furnace was pushed open by itself. This was the first time that a furnace had been pushed open since he had started making elixirs. It could be seen from this that the furnace was under great pressure. At the same time, when the furnace was pushed open, 2 grey afterimages flew out. They were extremely quick, as if they were at the middle stage of the fairy realm. This was especially the case for the first one, as its speed was shockingly quick. However, it was fortunate that Su Yu was experienced, and he managed to intercept the 2 elixirs with a jade box. Bang! Bang! When the elixirs were put into the jade box started shaking unceasingly. Su Yu held the box in his hand, and it seemed like it would fly away at any moment. It was only after 10 breaths had passed that the disturbance gradually weakened. When Su Yu observed it carefully, his pupils couldn't help but contract. The primordial chaos vital pill on the left side was covered with 4 leaf-like patterns, which meant that it was a Grade 4 spirit pill. What surprised Su Yu was that the spirit pill on the right side had 5 patterns. It was a Grade 5 spirit pill. It was his first time making a Grade 5 spirit pill. In comparison, a Grade 5 spirit pill was obviously larger than a Grade 4 spirit pill, and it also contained a greater amount of energy. He really didn't expect that the small Kailin would be able to make even a Grade 5 spirit pill. As such, Su Yu became even more curious about its elixir-making memories. You did well. It would be difficult for a Grade 4 spirit pill to help me advance to the level 3 fairy realm, but a Grade 5 spirit pill would be more than enough for me, Su Yu said as he stroked the small Kailin's head. The small Kailin leaned against Su Yu's thigh and enjoyed his caress. All of a sudden, it noticed that there was a black scroll on Su Yu's thigh, and it couldn't help but open its eyes wide in surprise as it started reading it carefully. Su Yu was startled by this, and his eyes lit up. Do you want to make artifacts? Make artifacts. The small Kailin was at a loss, and it got lost in its thoughts. However, its eyes gradually lit up, and it stood up like a human. It then clapped its hands and said, I want to make artifact. It was really interested in crafting artifacts, and Su Yu wondered, is there a part about crafting artifacts in its memory? Su Yu's heart warmed up, as he was just worried that he couldn't make the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. Now, the small Kailin had given him a glimmer of hope. Okay, you can take your time to read it in the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Su Yu was full of expectations, so he stored it and the scroll in the 9 jade spiritual pearl. Then, he looked at the jade box and licked his lips excitedly. He wondered, how much can 2 pills help my cultivation? Will I be able to advance to the level 3 fairy realm? When Su Yu was just about to give it a try, he furrowed his brows and his right eye fluctuated slightly. A spatial fluctuation? Shock appeared on Su Yu's face. He put away the jade box and jumped into the ice-sealed river. Just as he entered the river, the space above his head fluctuated, and a handsome young man with a jade-like face appeared. He was as beautiful as a noble young master. A sun and moon crown could be vaguely seen on his head. However, this wasn't the end of it, as 5 spatial vortexes appeared in 5 different directions around his body, and 5 golden people came out of them. Each of them was as dazzling as a scorching sun, and they seemed like 5 blazing suns. When Su Yu saw this, his heart thumped in shock. The Golden Light Guards. Chapter 8:13. How did he meet them? Su Yu's heart shook violently, and the aura that he had restrained almost leaked out. Even though he was at the level of all creations, he did not notice Su Yu. It was only because they were engrossed in the confrontation that they did not notice the bottom of the river. Otherwise, he would have been able to discover Su Yu's presence with just a slight scan. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Su Yu quietly observed the situation in the sky. The central prefecture's 5 great bright light guards were besieging the young man in the middle. A crown of the sun and moon floated above the young man's head. This person was clearly an all creation's old monster. This scene caused Su Yu to be extremely shocked. Such a young all creation adept was simply unimaginable. Of course, this person might not necessarily be young, because it was rumored that after breaking through to the All-Adept level, one's lifespan would increase to 1,000 years. Therefore, the change in appearance was very slow. It was very likely that the young man in front of him was already a young man when he broke through to the All-Creations realm. His current age might be several hundred years old. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it, and there's no gate to hell, but you still insist on barging into it. If you were in the Red Blood Palace, we would still be wary of you, and we wouldn't even bother to provoke you. But, you don't know what's good for you, and you even dared to attack us. No matter what happens, we must make you stay here today. The Bright Light Guard's leader wore a ferocious look, and he seemed slightly angry. If one looked carefully, they would discover that there was a bloodstain on his chest. There was a trace of black energy left in the bloodstain, preventing the wound from healing no matter what. The youth smiled faintly and said calmly, "Since you dared to act sneakily in my Red Blood Palace's territory, then you should be prepared to die." Kylar, a strange weapon appeared in the young man's palm. It was round and had sharp gears around it. It was only the size of a palm and was very small. As soon as this item appeared, the 5 great Bright Light Guards revealed a look of dread. Supreme Fairy Weapon of Diabolism, Flying Guillotine. The leader of the Golden Light Guards had a look of reverence on his face. "All right, the 5 of us would also like to experience the power of the Supreme Fairy Artifact of the Diabolism. Get into formation." Kylar, the 5 of them each took a corner and got into formation. Suyu had been trapped in this formation before. It was a mysterious formation that confined the surrounding space. Back then, Suyu had narrowly escaped death and almost failed to escape. Sure enough, the young man was trapped within the formation, and the surrounding space was shackled. The corner of the young man's mouth curled up, and he smiled contemptuously. Insignificant skill. With a wave of his hand, the Gear Immortal artifact in his palm flew out. Kai, in the sealed space, a pitch-black remnant line was forcefully drawn out. Space was directly torn apart. After coming to Jojo for such a long time, Suyu discovered for the first time that there was another weapon that could break the space apart from the chaos multicolored butterfly's silk. The joint formation shattered, and the 5 of them suffered a backlash. The crowns on their heads shook, and they all retreated a few steps. Their faces were pale and filled with shock. The expression of the Bright Light Guard, who was the leader, became even more stern. "Great. It's worthy of being a Diabolism Supreme Fairy Artifact. Form the formation again. Don't hold back. This place isn't far from the elegant Spirit Mountain. The hidden experts of the police are rushing over here," the leader of the Golden Light Guards shouted in a deep voice. The eyes of the other 4 flickered, and they formed hand seals at the same time, displaying some kind of mysterious technique. Their bodies erupted with dazzling golden light, causing the 5 of them, who were already as dazzling as the blazing sun, to turn into scorching suns. The 5 of them joined forces and turned into a golden sun, trapping the youth in the center. It was as if 5 stars were restraining the youth. At the same time, a ray of golden light shot out from each of the 5 blazing suns, bombarding the youth in the center from all directions. 5 days extinguishing sky formation? The youth's expression finally changed. "Did you manage to cultivate this technique successfully? It seems like the Central Prefecture's king really invested a lot in you." When the youth saw the 5 golden lights shooting at him, he threw out the Diabolism Supreme Fairy Artifact in his hand. As the sound of space being torn apart echoed, several golden lights were cut apart. However, the 5 blazing suns continued emitting golden lights unceasingly. The youth controlled the fairy artifact to cut them apart repeatedly. The world's weather changed drastically, and the fight between the 6 great experts caused a great change in the vicinity of 10,000 miles. The frozen river, where Suyu was, shook intensely, and waves started surging. Suyu, who was at the bottom of the river, was being blown about by the waves, and he managed to take root at the bottom of the river with great difficulty. He knew that he must leave this place quickly. Otherwise, the whole section of the frozen river would be turned into ashes by the slightest bit of energy. As he thought of this, Suyu held his breath and concentrated. Then, he followed the undercurrent and slid away from the river. When Suyu felt that the terrifying aura behind him was fading away, he relaxed slightly. He then used his vital energy and swam away like a fish in the water. Even after 2 hours had passed, Suyu still didn't know how far he had traveled from their battlefield. Phew. I should have already left their area of influence. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief, but he was still quite confused. Who was that youth? Why was he fighting with the bright light guards? The youth claimed to be a member of the Red Blood Palace, but the Red Blood Palace only had one all-creation old monster, the Red Blood Palace's mistress, Mo Tianxian, who was a woman. Could this youth be the all-creation old monster who was hiding in the outer sanctum, as Zixian had mentioned? Suyu's heart also became grave. The 5 great bright light guards had already entered the Red Blood Palace's territory to search for him. So, he must be more careful in his future actions. However, his top priority now was to find a place to consume elixirs and make a breakthrough. He wanted to increase his cultivation and power as soon as possible so that he could increase his chances of survival. Splash! However, when Suyu was about to stand up, a spatial fluctuation appeared above the ice-sealed river. At the same time, something fell into the ice-sealed river. When Suyu raised his head, he saw that it was the youth who was confronting the 5 great bright light guards. His whole body was covered with blood, and his abdomen had been penetrated. Suyu had only felt such a power from one person before. It was the Central Prefecture's king. In the past, a clone of his had been projected here, and Suyu couldn't resist it at all. Suyu still couldn't forget the boundless power of a deity. Did the Central Prefecture's king attack him? Suyu's heart thumped. It was obvious that it was a similar badge that had summoned the Central Prefecture's king and wounded the youth. However, Suyu didn't plan to save him. He was now the target of the 5 all-creation old monsters, and it would only take several breaths for them to find him. Suyu couldn't save the youth, and he might even get himself killed. However, when Suyu was about to hide in the water and escape, the youth's consciousness, which was still in a coma, made him do something. He extended his palm and used his spatial power to imprison Suyu in front of him. He then grabbed Suyu's wrist. Blue veins popped out on Suyu's forehead, and he tried to shake off his hand. However, it seemed like the youth didn't use any of his strength. Even though Suyu used all of his strength, the youth's palm was like an iron pincer, and he couldn't move it at all. You! Suyu was so angry that he couldn't utter a single word. This youth had unexpectedly clung onto Suyu before he fainted. If Suyu wanted to escape, he must take him with him. Bitterness welled up in Suyu's heart as he wondered. What kind of sin did I commit? Time was pressing, and Suyu didn't have time to waste. He decided to hide in the water with him without uttering another word. After he had left for several breaths, 5 spatial powers appeared above the frozen river, and 5 people appeared at the same time. They were the Golden Light Guards. However, compared to their previous dazzling appearance, the current Golden Light Guards' bodies were gloomy, and they all looked battered and exhausted. This was especially the case for one of the Golden Light Guards, who had a broken neck. It seemed like his head had been cut off by someone. The other 4 people's auras were weak, and their faces were pale. Their injuries were also quite severe. Chapter 8:14. He had almost annihilated the Central Prefecture's king's 5 strongest all-creations subordinate. If Suyu were here, he would surely be shocked. The spatial fluctuation left by that person is nearby. Let's split up and search for him. He's heavily injured, so he can't have escaped far, the leader of the Bright Light Guards shouted. Immediately, the 5 of them split up and searched in 5 different directions. 3 of them searched on the land, while the other 2 searched along the river upstream and downstream. Among them, the Bright Light Guard, whose neck had been severed, searched along the river upstream, while Suyu was fleeing in that direction. At the bottom of the river, Suyu's mind was racing as he tried to come up with a solution. Once the All Creations caught up with him, he wouldn't be able to hide from an All Creations old monster's search with his invisibility technique. Moreover, there was an unconscious youth beside him, so it was impossible for him to escape. Once they were exposed, the other 4 All Creations old monsters would rush over at the same time, and they would surely die. What should I do? How can I stop the All Creations old monsters chasing after me from searching for me? Suyu's eyes lit up as he pondered. After several breaths, The all creation's old monster, whose neck had been severed, started searching along the river. Suddenly, he discovered that there was a person searching along the river in front of him. "Leader, have you also found this place?" The bright light guard was startled for a moment, but he soon felt relieved. They had only gone in different directions, so the leader must have come from the other side. The leader didn't even turn his head as he said sternly, "I'll search along the river. You go somewhere else." "Hey!" The bright light guard was slightly surprised. It seemed like the leader's voice was slightly different from before. He became suspicious and couldn't help but look at the leader's back. "Why aren't you going? If you delay such an important matter, I won't forgive you," the leader spoke again. The suspicious youth's expression changed. If that terrifying guy managed to escape, it would be a huge problem for him. He was already anxious, and he was also afraid of that terrifying youth. So, he ignored his doubts and started searching in the direction of the continent. After a moment, the leader, who was searching in the water, turned his head. His big eyes were filled with a bright light, as if he was an ignorant child. A purple light flickered around his body as he turned into a small purple Kylin and flew back into the water. Suyu silently took control of everything and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The risky move had indeed succeeded. The little Kylin's magical transformation ability was able to deceive even all creation's old monsters, especially the restless all creation's old monster. Of course, the small Kylin couldn't imitate the leader's dignified words, as they were uttered by Suyu underwater. Suyu did not dare to stay any longer, and he quickly moved forward stealthily. An hour later. Whoosh! The 5 great bright light guards gathered at their original spots. The leader's face darkened. "None of you noticed?" The 4 of them nodded. The leader pondered and shook his head. "This doesn't make sense. Logically speaking, he has been fatally wounded, and the power of the Central Prefecture's king remains in his body. He can't heal himself, and it's impossible for him to go far." The other 4 were also astonished. Even if the other party used a concealment treasure, it would still be too late, because there would still be fluctuations of the all creation's power left behind. The other party had disappeared like a ghost, leaving the 5 of them bewildered. "Are you sure you've done a thorough search and clearly investigated the area you're in charge of?" The leader stared into the eyes of the 4 of them. The rest of the people were still fine. Only the bright light guard, whose neck had been cut off, looked surprised. "Leader, did something happen when we exchanged positions at the last minute, causing the enemy to find a gap to escape?" "Hey!" The leader furrowed his brows. "What nonsense are you talking about? I've been following the southwest direction all along. When did I exchange directions with you?" The bright light guard, whose neck had been cut off, was taken aback. "It was obviously you." His expression changed immediately. "Hold on. That wasn't the leader." He had already been suspicious, and now that they were confronting each other, how could he not understand that the enemy had transformed into the leader and used his respect for the leader to cause him to lose track of that direction? The 5 great bright light guards felt like they had just woken up from a dream, and they immediately rushed to the scene of the incident. However, after an hour had passed, Suyu had already disappeared without a trace along with the youth. How despicable! The face of the bright light guard, whose neck had been cut off, was flushed. He couldn't believe that he had been deceived by such a low-level trick and had allowed the other party to escape. The leader's expression became even gloomier, and he glared at him fiercely. "Trash! Why aren't you searching quickly?" The 5 great bright light guards dispersed once again. However, after an hour, Suyu had already gone far away. Moreover, he had changed directions several times, so it was impossible to track his exact location. After fleeing for another 6 to 8 hours, the sky had turned completely dark. Suyu then found a dense forest and hid in a cave. After fleeing for so long, Suyu was extremely tired, and his face was pale. As he let out a long breath, Suyu looked at the youth, who was still holding him tightly. A cold glint appeared in his eyes, as he had almost been implicated and killed by this person. However, as he looked at the youth's injuries, Suyu's coldness gradually dissipated. No matter what, since this person had become the Central Prefecture's enemy, he could be considered to have a common enemy with Suyu. Although he was a rascal, it wasn't unforgivable. All of a sudden, Suyu saw that the youth's left hand was holding the black gear fairy artifact tightly, and his pupils contracted slightly. He had heard with his own ears that it was a demonic supreme fairy artifact. It could easily cut through space, and its sharpness wasn't any weaker than the 9-colored chaos butterfly's silk. However, how could a complete celestial artifact be as simple as being sharp? Suyu's heart warmed up, and he tried to pry open the youth's tightly clenched palm. Unexpectedly, he discovered that although the youth's right hand was holding Suyu's wrist tightly, his left hand had lost consciousness, and he could easily pry it open. Ding! The black gear fell on the ground, emitting a crisp and melodious sound, which delighted Suyu. He grabbed the black gear and placed it on his palm, while a strong demonic aura rushed into his mind. Suyu felt a sharp pain in his mind, and his soul was in turmoil. An uncontrollable murderous intent erupted from the depths of his heart. His eyes suddenly turned blood-red, as if they were a pair of terrifying demonic eyes. At this moment, Suyu's heart was filled with a murderous intent, and he had completely lost his mind. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the divine nine-dragon cauldron sensed danger, and it shook slightly. A large amount of blood-red liquid rolled down, and his soul regained its calm. The blood-red color in Suyu's eyes disappeared, and they became crystal clear again. The murderous intent in his heart also receded like a tide. Suyu's whole body shivered, and he threw away the gear subconsciously. A look of lingering fear appeared in his eyes. Suyu had clearly felt the demonic state of being possessed by demons a moment ago. He had only touched the black gear, yet he had been demonized, and his mind had been destroyed. If he had stayed here for a while longer, his mind might have been completely erased, and he would have become a demonic being filled with murderous intent. As he stared at the black gear, Suyu blamed himself inwardly. He had been too careless. Chapter 8:15. With a shake of his sleeves, a transparent silk shot out and wrapped itself around the black gear. Then, the 9-jade spiritual pearl shone brightly, and the gear was absorbed into it. Only then did Suyu heave a sigh of relief. He was delighted that he had unexpectedly obtained a fairy artifact. Even though he couldn't control this terrifying fairy artifact for the time being, if he sold it, he could still make a huge fortune. Suyu looked at the unconscious youth and snorted. "I'll take a fairy artifact from you as an apology." He had almost caused Suyu's death, so taking a fairy artifact from him was letting him off easy. However, if he left the youth alone, he would soon wither and die because his injuries couldn't be healed. Moreover, he was still holding Suyu's hand and wouldn't let go. This was his instinctive reaction before he fainted due to his severe injuries. Without his consciousness, he couldn't let go unless Suyu cut off his hand. After thinking it over, Suyu could only think of a way to treat his injuries. After carefully examining the youth's injuries, Suyu found that there was a finger-sized bloody hole in his abdomen. The blood vessels and muscles near the bloody hole were wriggling at a speed visible to the naked eye, healing the hideous wound. However, every time it was about to heal, a purplish-gray gas would seep out of the wound and tear it open again. This happened repeatedly, causing the wound to remain unhealed for a long time. If he couldn't get rid of this purplish-gray gas, he wouldn't be able to heal his injuries. After finding the cause, Suyu's heart thumped slightly. He extended his white palm, and a resplendent and magnificent Milky Way appeared on his palm. It was brilliant and beautiful. Suyu wanted to use the Milky Way star sand to absorb the gas from the youth's wound. For the youth's body, the gas was just an impurity and foreign matter. If he purified the wound, he might be able to absorb the harmful gas. At the same time, Suyu extended his left hand and quickly untied the youth's clothes. The Milky Way star sand was essentially a magical artifact, so it didn't have a consciousness. If he isolated the clothes, it would probably be used as a target for purification. Hence, it was best to touch the clothes directly to achieve the desired effect. Suyu was very skilled, so when he touched the youth's collar, he discovered that the clothes were a magical artifact with an extremely high defensive power. As such, Suyu's fingertips became numb. If his clothes hadn't been destroyed, which had damaged the magical artifact, Suyu wouldn't have even been able to touch them. Suyu untied the collar of the youth's clothes, and when he touched the youth's chest, he was slightly taken aback. Astonished, She pressed on his chest and found that it was surprisingly soft. "What a strange body structure," Suyu muttered in surprise. A man's chest was usually quite sturdy, but the all-creation old monster in front of him was different. Suyu was a little speechless as he continued to push it aside. What caught Suyu by surprise was that a proud, angry peak had appeared on his chest. Not only did this robe contain defensive abilities, but it also had the ability to hide one's body. Suyu's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the young man's handsome face. A woman disguised as a man. Suyu suddenly understood everything. He was surprised that this woman was unexpectedly a female all-creation old monster. Upon closer inspection, the woman's facial features were straight and she had a heroic spirit. Even though she was dressed as a man, it was difficult to conceal her heroic bearing. Her perky breasts, slender waist, and slender thighs all indicated that the woman before him was not only a young all-creation's old monster, but she was also a rare beauty. Suyu was not overly appreciative of the beautiful woman. After a brief moment of amazement, he focused all his attention on treating her wounds. As he placed his palm on the bloody hole in his abdomen, a terrifying aura rushed out of it. Suyu felt a sharp pain in his right palm, which had been repeatedly burned by the flames. What a terrifying power! Even a wisp of its remnant power is so terrifying. I was lucky to have been able to escape from the Central Prefecture's king, Suyu muttered softly. He could not help but wonder what level the Central Prefecture's king's cultivation had reached. It seemed like he was much more powerful than an all-creation old monster. As Suyu collected his thoughts, the moment the terrifying power rushed out of his body, he willed the Milky Way in his palm to revolve slowly. It was as if the vast Milky Way's mighty power engulfed it, and the gas that had rushed out of it was immediately bound and sucked into it. It seemed like the gas had a mind of its own, as it struggled and twisted instinctively. However, it could not escape the suction force, so it was sucked into the Milky Way star sand. It seems like the Milky Way star sand's purification has its limits. The stronger the impurities, the more difficult it is to absorb them, Suyu's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. Since this move was effective, Suyu continued using it, and a large amount of starlight engulfed his whole wound. Wisps of gas, which were visible to the naked eye, were being pulled out of the wound's surface, and they were being sucked away one by one. Ah! A soft moan echoed out. The woman was still in a coma, and a pained expression appeared on her face. It seemed like this move had caused her to feel pain. Suyu's gaze became sharp, and he clenched his fist. All of the gas was instantly sucked into the Milky Way star sand. However, what surprised Suyu was that a wisp of black mist, which was as fine as a strand of hair, came out of the woman's wound when he thought that the healing process had ended. This mist was not the remnant injury of the Central Prefecture's king, and it seemed like it had originally been inside the woman's body. When the black mist appeared, Suyu's heart throbbed, and his killing intent, which he had suppressed with great difficulty, became restless. What is this thing? Suyu was startled. It had just appeared, yet it had already invaded Suyu's consciousness. It was extremely overbearing and dangerous. Suyu held his breath and concentrated, then used a large amount of the Milky Way's light to engulf it. This mist gave Suyu a feeling that it was even more dangerous than the remnant energy of the Central Prefecture's king. In fact, the speed at which the black mist was being pulled out was extremely slow, like a snail's crawl. If Suyu took back the Milky Way's starlight, the mist would immediately enter the woman's body and hide again. What happened to this woman's body? Why is she hiding such a terrifying gas? Suyu was surprised. Just looking at the mist made him want to kill people, yet this woman's body was hiding such a thing. It was obvious that her killing intent was 10 times stronger than Suyu's. However, she was not overwhelmed by the killing intent, which meant that she was extraordinary. After the time it would take to drink half a cup of tea, Suyu took back the black mist slowly. The woman's pained expression became more obvious, and her body even started convulsing and sweating profusely. Fortunately, Suyu managed to take back the black mist at this moment, and the woman's expression gradually relaxed. Her hand, which was holding Suyu's hand, also loosened its grip on Suyu's body. Suyu took the opportunity to escape from her control and let out a sigh of relief. When he looked at the woman's wound again, he saw that most of the bloody hole had already healed by itself. In another 5 minutes, it would be as good as new, and there wouldn't even be a scar left behind. Suyu smacked his lips. An all-creation realm expert's body had already reached the stage of partial regeneration, and he didn't need any spirit elixirs to heal it. After he finished doing all of this, Suyu covered the woman's clothes again. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw her firm and erect peaks, which made him feel slightly embarrassed. Just as he was covering the woman's clothes, he suddenly felt a wisp of killing intent. When he raised his head and looked over, he saw a pair of eyes that had just opened. She had woken up. Of all times, he had woken up just when Suyu was covering her with her clothes. In her eyes, Suyu was probably taking off her clothes sneakily at this moment. Suyu's heart thumped, and his hair stood on end. This was an all-creation old monster. Even though her body was weak, she could seriously injure or even kill Suyu with just a glance. The woman spat out these words intermittently. Although she was weak, she was full of killing intent. It was obvious that she regarded Suyu as a perverted thief who was taking advantage of her. Seeing that she was about to kill him, Suyu couldn't allow her to attack first. So, without saying anything, he slapped his palm on her forehead. After suffering such a heavy blow, the woman, who had just woken up, blacked out once again. Before she could finish her words, she closed her eyes and fell to the ground once again. Suyu wiped the sweat off his forehead. That was close. I must leave quickly. With this woman's cultivation, she will wake up in less than a minute. Suyu didn't dare to wait for her to wake up before explaining anything, so he fled immediately. It was only after Suyu had fled for hundreds of thousands of miles that he found an underground cave, which he then hid in. At the same time, the woman, who had been knocked unconscious by Suyu, finally woke up. She opened her eyes blankly and looked around at her unfamiliar surroundings. Then, she suddenly realized something, so she sat up and lowered her head to look at her clothes. Although she had covered her clothes, they were still in a mess. Her pretty eyes contracted, while a terrifying killing intent gushed out of her body. The killing intent contained a baleful aura, which caused the surrounding forest's vitality to wither. The leaves gradually withered and fell, while the tree trunks gradually turned black and lost their vitality. Just the baleful aura emitted by her unintentionally had already destroyed a large area of vitality. The woman's eyes were filled with ice-cold flames, which were full of killing intent. However, when she observed her carefully, she discovered that although her clothes were in a mess, there weren't any traces of her being violated. As an all-creation expert, she could immediately discern this. Her killing intent gradually subsided, but the anger on her face didn't disappear. She vaguely remembered that when she was fighting with the 5 great bright light guards, she had sensed a human hiding in the ice-sealed river bottom and escaped. So, when she was heavily injured, she used her space technique to escape to the vicinity of the person hiding in the river bottom. Then, before she lost consciousness, she entrusted her life to this unknown person. She didn't expect that when she woke up, she would discover that the old perverted thief was undoing her clothes. What made her even angrier and more humiliated was that she was knocked unconscious by him. She had been a peerless expert for a long time, and she had never expected that she would be knocked unconscious by an old perverted thief. She didn't expect that she would be knocked unconscious by an old perverted thief. Although she was angry, she still didn't forget her current situation. So, she hurriedly observed the surroundings. After she ascertained that they were far away from the bright light guards, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. She then snorted and said, "That old perverted thief is quite capable. In such a situation, he was still able to help me escape from the encirclement of the 5 all-creation experts. It's really surprising." At first, she was just trying her best to save a dead horse, and she had already accepted her fate. She didn't expect that the strange old man would use some unknown technique to escape from the encirclement of the 5 all-creation old monsters. Even if she had been conscious at that time, she still wouldn't have been completely sure. Chapter 8:16. All of a sudden, the woman looked at her abdomen in surprise. What happened to my injury? She knew her injury clearly. After she was injured by the Central Prefecture's King's projection, a remnant power had prevented her injury from healing, and it had become more and more serious. Even if the 5 all-creation-old monsters hadn't chased after her, she would still have died. But now, her injury had completely recovered. Did that old perverted thief heal me? The woman immediately understood why he had unbuttoned her clothes. Realizing that she had misunderstood him, the anger on the woman's face weakened. Who is he? He's just a grade 2 fairy, yet he was able to get rid of the power left by the Central Prefecture's king. It's really shocking. The woman was surprised. Even if she had woken up, it would have taken her at least a month to get rid of that remnant power. However, Suyu had gotten rid of it in just a short period of time. The woman felt that Suyu's identity was quite mysterious, and she was sure that he wasn't an ordinary grade 3 fairy. After she tried to circulate her vital energy and found that her body was fine, she felt relieved. However, when she released her zhenqi, her expression changed slightly. She stretched out her fair and soft palm, and wisps of black mist rolled and rose from her palm. If Suyu was here, he would have recognized that it was the black mist, which was extremely difficult to get rid of. Suyu had only absorbed a wisp of it, and there was still a lot left in her body. How is this possible? A wisp of the ghost prison's great emperor's extreme evil ghost energy has been gotten rid of. The woman was shocked and delighted. The extreme evil ghost energy was a taboo power in JoJo's all-creation realm. Only one person could possess such a power, the ghost prison's great emperor. During the Great War between humans and ghosts 100 years ago, the ghost prison's great emperor had used his 10 underworld pearls and the extreme evil ghost energy to defeat all of JoJo's experts. Among the billions of experts in JoJo, only the Central Prefecture's king, Shinichen, had been able to fight him. Now, whenever the extreme evil ghost energy was mentioned, all of the all-creation old monsters who had participated in the Great War became solemn. The number of all-creation old monsters who had died in the hands of the ghost prison's great emperor was unknown. All they knew was that in front of the ghost prison's great emperor, all the all-creation experts were like ants. The ghost energy in the woman's body had come from the remnant extreme evil ghost energy when she had participated in the Great War. In the past 100 years, she had tried everything she could think of and used all the all-creation's old monsters she knew, but none of them were of any help. To this day, the extreme evil ghost chi still existed in her body. She had to constantly focus on suppressing it. Otherwise, she would be overwhelmed by killing and become a ghost. Therefore, in the past 100 years, she had no time to cultivate. She had to deal with the demonic energy inside her at all times. Her cultivation level did not improve at all and remained at the same level as before. She had given up hope many years ago. Unless the 9 regions gave birth to someone who surpassed the ghost prison's great emperor, no one could get rid of her. But today, to her pleasant surprise, a portion of the evil ghost chi in her body had been dissolved by a mysterious old man while she was unconscious. She couldn't help but wonder, is he really just a level 2 fairy? After reorganizing her thoughts, she increasingly felt that she might have met an expert. Escaping from the encirclement of 5 all-creation old monsters was something that even a trifling fairy like her couldn't accomplish. In addition, it could quickly remove the power of the Central Prefecture's king, and even dissolve the power of the ghost prison's great emperor. She felt that there was a 50% chance that she had met a hidden expert. Thinking of this, the anger in her heart dissipated and was replaced by gratitude and a bit of guilt. Elder, thank you for your help. Tianxian is very grateful for it. Recalling the situation at that time, she felt a bit regretful. Perhaps her actions at that time had dissatisfied the elder, so he had only expelled a trace of the extreme evil ghost chi in her body. If she had been calmer at that time, it would have been a different situation. How could she not regret missing such a great opportunity? I wonder where I can find the elder again. The woman sighed slightly. Her heart was full of gratitude and longing for the mysterious old man. I only cared about my own safety and almost implicated him. Not only did he not get angry, but he even helped me selflessly. I believe that he is a highly respected elder, the woman murmured softly. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew past, and her sleeves fluttered slightly. The woman was startled and touched her sleeves subconsciously. When she found that there was nothing inside, her face stiffened. Where is my flying guillotine? She remembered clearly that before she lost consciousness, The flying guillotine was hidden in her sleeves. Even if it fell, it would follow her. The only explanation for this was that it had been taken away by someone else. Moreover, it had to be a powerful technique that could confine the flying guillotine. This person could only be an old man. When the woman came back to her senses, her expression changed several times before it became flushed. The highly respected elder in her heart was unexpectedly a thief. Splutter. Perhaps it was because her injuries still hadn't recovered, or perhaps it was because she was so angry that she spouted a mouthful of blood. She clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and let out an angry roar that shook the entire forest. Old perverted thief. This empress is irreconcilable with you. Su Yu was completely unaware that he had angered an all-creation old monster to the point of spitting blood. He had just consumed 2 primordial chaos vital pills. The powerful medicinal power of the 4th grade primordial chaos vital pill had caused his energy sea to quickly expand, but it still couldn't expand to the level of a level 3 fairy. Su Yu had no choice but to consume the 5th grade primordial chaos vital pill, which had been made by the small Kylin. This pill was a rare high-quality spirit elixir, and the energy it contained was much greater than that of a 4th grade primordial chaos vital pill. After swallowing it, his chi-si rapidly expanded like a rising tide. When the medicinal power dissipated, Su Yu's inner and outer dantians had expanded by more than a fold, and they were now much larger than a level 3 fairies. They were now close to a level 4 fairy. The vital energy in his inner and outer dantians overlapped, and Su Yu's current vital energy quantity rivaled that of a level 5 fairy. After advancing to the level 3 fairy realm, Su Yu's fleshly body had also been tempered to a certain degree. His fleshly body's power had already reached 6.5 elephants' power, and if he used the first dragon body's power, it would reach 7.5 elephants' power. On the other hand, the growth of his soul strength was very weak. Just by relying on his breakthrough, the growth of his soul strength was extremely slow. I wonder when the seed of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid will arrive. Su Yu was still thinking about the ancient elixir, as it could help middle-stage fairies increase their cultivation. More importantly, it could increase their soul power. Now that he had finally advanced to the level 3 fairy realm, Su Yu could return to the sanctum and exchange for the 9 Suns Cosmos Sword formation. Su Yu was looking forward to it. 10 days later, at the sect. By the time Su Yu returned, the faction was still flourishing, just as it had been in the past. When he passed by the carp leaping over Dragon Gate, he discovered that the gate was still open, and many people were trying to enter it. Several God-Lord level existences were among them. Even the inner sanctum's disciples came. Su Yu couldn't understand why they would participate in the carp leaping over Dragon Gate. Apart from proving one's potential, they would get a fish dragon badge, which was a strange privilege. Apart from that, they wouldn't get any benefits. Moreover, every time they entered the carp leaping over Dragon Gate, they would have to spend 100,000 merit points. Even if they were inner sanctum's disciples, they would still have to spend a great deal of money. Su Yu couldn't understand why they were so stubborn about the carp leaping over Dragon Gate. What surprised Su Yu even more was that he saw the little demoness, Gongsun Wuxia, on one of the dragon pillars. She was at the 50th layer, and she couldn't take another step forward. In the end, she clenched her teeth and angrily gave up. She seemed quite dispirited. The 50th layer. What's left there seems to be my image. Su Yu muttered to himself. The 50th layer was the position that the little demoness had reached in the past, but Su Yu had surpassed her and replaced her image with his. He didn't expect that the little demoness would also insist on the carp leaping over Dragon Gate, so she immediately flew over to greet him. Wuxia. Gongsun Wuxia was wearing a long face, and when she heard someone greeting her, she replied angrily, "What are you shouting for? I'm in a bad mood." However, her ears twitched, and she quickly turned her head around. She discovered that it was Su Yu, and her sapphire-like blue eyes were rolling around. Her dispirited face immediately lit up like a spring flower, and she threw herself at Su Yu like a little bird. She then giggled and said, "Brother Yuxian, you finally came back. I missed you so much." Seeing her smiling face, the corners of Su Yu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. This lassie. What is she planning? Brother Yuxian, I don't have any merit points left. Can you lend me some? I beg you. Gongsun Wuxie pulled Su Yu's arm and asked pitifully. Lend me merit points. This little demoness really doesn't have any good intentions. Why don't you look for Bai Shanliang and the others? Su Yu asked. Gongsun Wuxie replied intimately, it's because the person I trust the most is you. Su Yu smiled. How much do you need? 100,000. Gongsun Wuxie stated a number bluntly. Su Yu chuckled. Okay, but you must first swear on the Heart Oath Scroll, and you must pay me back within a month. Plus, you must pay me back 110,000 with interest. That's already very fair. If you went to the black market to look for high interest, you would get at least 2%. Hearing this, Gongsun Wuxie's face stiffened. Brother Yuxian, we are already so familiar with each other, so why do I still need the Heart Oath Scroll? Don't tell me you don't trust my character. Su Yu nodded without hesitation. Of course I don't trust you. You are the culprit who almost caused me to be beaten to death by Bing Wuxin the first time we met. So, why should I trust you? Okay, tell me, will you swear on the Heart Oath Scroll or not? Gongsun Wuxie's face fell, and she placed her hands on her waist. She puffed up her cheeks and glared at Su Yu fiercely. You scoundrel. I won't let you off. As she spoke, she ran away quickly. Su Yu smiled, but didn't say anything. He didn't know why, but the little demoness seemed to be hostile toward him. Even Su Yu couldn't figure out how he had offended her. Is it because I destroyed the little demoness shadow in the carp leaping over the dragon gate? Why is she so insistent on the carp leaping over the dragon gate? Su Yu got lost in his thoughts as he looked at her back. After half a day, they returned to the Demon Mountain. The 4 demons had already left the cavern, and there wasn't a single soul in the mountain. Chapter 8:17. Su Yu was infuriated. I should be the one asking you that. Why did you suddenly disappear? He had brought Zi Xian with him because he wanted to use her as a shield to kill the Shao family's experts. He didn't expect that Zi Xian would run away at such a crucial moment. Zi Xian shrugged her shoulders and said, I had several people who were also looking for Su Yu. I didn't want to be discovered by them, so I ran away in advance. The companions she was referring to were obviously the 5 great bright light guards. Did this mean that she had sneaked out from the Central Prefecture's King's Place to take revenge on Su Yu? Su Yu had a sudden realization. Next time, before you leave, remember to leave me a message. Don't let me worry about you for nothing. Su Yu flicked her forehead angrily. Zi Xian rubbed her aching forehead, while her clear eyes were filled with curiosity. She tilted her head and asked, Why are you worried about me? Su Yu was startled. He couldn't understand his own thoughts. It seemed like he had never treated Zi Xian as an enemy, so he wondered. Is it because of her clear and innocent eyes? Su Yu's gaze was gentle as he looked at Zi Xian. He sat down beside her and asked, Can you tell me if there is any other way to take revenge for your uncle besides killing me? Zi Xian nodded earnestly. That's right. My master told me that the best way to take revenge for someone is to kill them. Although I don't like killing people, I must still take revenge for Uncle Blood Emperor. Su Yu's eyes became gloomy. He really didn't want to become enemies with Zi Xian. Have you ever thought about whether your uncle's character is worth taking revenge for? Su Yu had always killed people who deserved to be killed. The Blood Emperor was no exception. 100 years ago, he had exterminated all of Zhenlong's living beings and destroyed the whole Zhenlong world. He had slaughtered innumerable lives, and his hands were drenched in blood. 100 years later, he had used the same trick and tried to exterminate all of Zhenlong's living beings once again. This time, it was his turn to be erased from the world. If Su Yu was given 100 chances, he would kill him without the slightest hesitation. I don't know, and I don't want to know. I just know that Uncle Blood Emperor treated me well, and I want to take revenge for him. Zi Xian's eyes were filled with resolution. The clearer a person's heart was, the more resolute they would be once they set their mind on something. Since she had said so much, Su Yu wouldn't be able to change her mind. Fine, I hope that you can find peace in your heart after you kill Su Yu, Su Yu said softly. Zi Xian nodded, then looked at Su Yu and said, Thank you for helping me all this while. I won't trouble you any more in the future, as I have already found his tracks. He appeared in Elegant Spirit Mountain and killed a ghost. Zixuan said with certainty. Su Yu's eyes flickered. How did you know it was him? Zixuan said, it's him, I know. When Su Yu killed the Blood Emperor's uncle, he used the blue and yellow sphere, as well as time power. Those two are Su Yu's unique techniques, and there isn't anyone else in the Jojo continent who possesses such techniques. So, the white-haired youth who passed by the Elegant Spirit Mountain is surely Su Yu. If I had known that he would appear, I wouldn't have left the Elegant Spirit Mountain that day, Zixuan said regretfully. I've decided to head to Elegant Spirit Mountain again and search carefully in that area. I must find him. I've waited until now to bid farewell to you. Was she going to leave the Red Blood Palace? Su Yu's heart relaxed slightly upon hearing this, as he could now move about outside of the Elegant Spirit Mountain without any worries. Fine, I hope that you will succeed. Su Yu patted her shoulder. Zixuan nodded with a faint smile. I'm leaving. If I manage to kill him, I will come back to thank you. After she spoke, her beautiful figure flickered as she flew through the air and left. Su Yu stretched his body and looked at the empty Demon Mountain. He suddenly felt a wave of loneliness wash over him. Su Yu cheered himself up and rushed toward the depository of scriptures. He had been looking forward to reading the Nine Suns Cosmos Sword Formations Sword Manual for a long time. After he left the Demon Mountain, Su Yu walked halfway up the mountain and headed toward the depository of scriptures. All of a sudden, a familiar fragrance assaulted his nostrils. When he looked down, he saw a graceful and mesmerizing figure. Her fiery red clothes were tightly fitted to her body, and they seemed like a thin layer of flames that engulfed her curvaceous and graceful body. Her snow-white neck, which was set off by the bright clothes, seemed like a pearl. If one looked at her, she would seem like a beautiful woman standing in the sunset. Hehe, did our central demon finally come back? A charming laughter drifted into Su Yu's ears like a beautiful musical note, and it bewitched him. Su Yu revealed a faint smile and said, Cabinet Mistress, long time no see. This person was none other than the Raging Flame Cabinet's alluring Cabinet Mistress. Even though they hadn't seen each other for half a month, she was still as charming as ever. Let's go and have a seat in my residence. The alluring Cabinet Mistress stepped forward and hugged Su Yu's arm. Su Yu was somewhat helpless. Didn't we cause enough misunderstandings last time? The alluring Cabinet Mistress wore a faint smile as she said, Oh? Are you talking about that ice beauty who gets jealous? Hehe, I'm not afraid of you at all. I'm willing to fight for your affections for my brother Yuxian's sake. Su Yu rolled his eyes at this vixen. He obviously didn't think that this woman really liked him. Such a flirtatious woman seemed like she was the easiest to fall in love with, but in fact, she was the most difficult person to fall in love with. Tell me, why did you invite me to your residence? The Elixir Hall has already started to make a large number of primordial chaos vital pills, and their prices are extremely low. If we continue making them, we won't get any profits. Su Yu avoided her hand. The alluring Cabinet Mistress's body was quite nimble, and it seemed like she was glued to Su Yu's body as she held his arm tightly. Brother Yuxian, have you forgotten about it? Before you left the Elegant Spirit Mountain, I told you that I would introduce you to a person who would be of great use to you in the future. The alluring Cabinet Mistress grumbled coquettishly. It was only then that Su Yu remembered that she had mentioned this before, but he hadn't paid much attention to it at that time. Cabinet Mistress, I don't know who you want to introduce me to. I have an important matter to take care of, so I don't have much time left. Su Yu furrowed his brows. He could feel that the alluring Cabinet Mistress and Xue Qi belonged to the same faction in the palace. He didn't want to get involved in the palace's internal struggles, so he just wanted to cultivate in peace. The alluring Cabinet Mistress extended her finger and tapped the tip of Su Yu's nose. She then asked, Brother Yuxian, you will know me after you arrive. After Su Yu mulled it over for a moment, he could only nod and agree to meet that mysterious person. As the alluring Cabinet Mistress stood in front of the Cabinet Mistress's mansion, her expression became more solemn. She didn't seem flirtatious anymore. Instead, she seemed more solemn, which was the complete opposite of her previous flirtatious demeanor. The person who will introduce you to him has a high position in the inner sanctum. If you can get his appreciation, then you will get great benefits in the future, regardless of whether you are in the outer sanctum or the inner sanctum. He might even help you advance into the divine master realm in the future. She then added, "You are now one of the outer sanctum's disciples, and you will surely have a bright future ahead of you. However, whether you can advance further will depend on whether you can grasp this opportunity or not. Help him advance into the divine master realm?" Su Yu was slightly surprised by this, and he wondered, who is this person? Does he have such a great faction? Under the alluring cabinet master's guidance, Su Yu went to an elegant room to meet the person she had recommended. It was a young man who was around 25 years old. He wore a white robe, and his whole body was clean. His skin was fair, and his facial features were elegant. His right hand, which was holding a teacup, was as white as jade. The whole room seemed to have been strengthened by some kind of cultivation technique, which caused the air in the room to be especially clean. Su Yu's first impression of this person was that he was quite clean. "Oh, Shuilian, you are back." The young man turned his head around and smiled. His gaze swept over Su Yu, but it was mainly focused on the alluring cabinet mistress. "Wei Zheng, he is the outer sanctum's disciple I recommended, Su Yu Xian. You have already read his information, and I believe that he is qualified to become the left palace master's disciple." The alluring cabinet mistress was indifferent in front of him, and she didn't seem charming at all. Instead, she seemed cold and unapproachable. Wei Zheng chuckled and said, "Come and have a seat." As the two of them sat down, Wei Zheng held a teapot and poured them tea slowly. He then pushed the teapot in front of them. "Shuilian, what do you think?" Wei Zheng asked with a smile. The alluring cabinet mistress replied calmly, "I invited you here to see whether Su Yu is qualified or not. If he is, then he is. If he isn't, then he isn't. I will deal with my own problems." Wei Zheng didn't get angry, and it could be seen that he was a gentle man who paid attention to details. "Oh, okay." Wei Zheng then looked at Su Yu, as if he was sizing him up. The outer sanctum's exam's first place, the carp leaping over the dragon gate's 50th step, and you can also refine third-grade spirit elixirs. You can be considered an outstanding outer sanctum's disciple in all aspects. Su Yu furrowed his brows. "Left Palace Master? Who?" "Palace Master Mo Tianxian." Wei Zheng was still smiling, but he still shook his head. He then lowered his head to look at the teacup in front of him and blew on it, causing the floating tea leaves to swirl. It seemed like he didn't want to explain it to Su Yu. The alluring cabinet mistress helped Su Yu out. "You have just joined the sanctum, so you obviously don't know how the sanctum's factions are divided. Generally speaking, the sanctum's factions are divided into 3 factions. One of them is the inner sanctum's palace master, Mo Tianxian. She is the Red Blood Palace's palace master, and she governs both the inner and outer palaces. She then added, in addition, the inner palace has 2 positions, the left palace master and the right palace master. They are responsible for assisting the palace master in handling the sanctum's affairs. The palace master is obsessed with cultivation, so he rarely interferes with the palace's affairs. The left palace master and the right palace master are mainly in charge of managing the Red Blood Palace. They have great power, and they are the true managers of the Red Blood Palace. None of the Red Blood Palace's 8 factions dare to disrespect them." He then added, "A mountain can't contain 2 tigers, and you should be able to understand this. This is why the inner palace's struggles are so intense. The left palace master and the right palace master fight each other openly and covertly, and they both absorb the faction's geniuses and experts to strengthen their own factions." He then added, "Outstanding youngsters with great potential are the targets of both factions. For example, in the Demon Mountain, your 4 neighbors all displayed great potential, and they were recruited by the left palace master and the right palace master. However, it's a pity that they all refused to join the inner sanctum. Now, Wei Zheng has come here on behalf of the left palace master to invite you to join the left palace master's faction. Once you join, resources won't be a problem for your cultivation anymore." He then added, "At the very least, you will get 300,000 merit points every year, as well as countless spirit elixirs. This way, your cultivation speed will double, and it will be a great opportunity for you in the future.